horseback.
Come on!
No, I don't want to commentate.
For anyone who is curious,
It's always somebody.
check out
So
the scores.
for every party there is a pooper. Well, because I need to figure out, but I thought you were going to, how far would you go out to see if this would go that far? And you would talk about...
yeah, we're just getting the last bits and pieces all set up. And we're going to be kicking off this horseback class in just a few minutes. So stay tuned.
Hello? Hello?
Hear it loud.
Do you want me to ride down there and see how far you can hear it or something?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's about ready. Huh?
I can hear everything.
Well, their cattle back up the hill to obstacle number 4. Can you hear me? Everything good? So you want me to give a play-by-play of what they're doing?
Just moments away from kicking off the second round of horseback.
You want me to give a play-by-play of what they're doing?
2022.
It's up to you. About halfway.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Yeah, you can
We are in for 21 runs.
But will I be
Grab
commentating
your
over
popcorn.
anybody talking? Because I can't hear them talking.
Here, you have one. It's a little bit windy here today, but nice cloud covers.
I don't think it'd be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe we
It's
just,
not too humid.
because if he's going to
Good
commentate.
weather.
I mean, I could do it.
Yeah, no, it would be awesome.
nice work.
If he's talking, so. I'm just going to set this out here.
Order.
You want to wear it?
Todd Jesse is going to be moving to the back of the running order, so we're going to be kicking things off with Sunny.
I'm fixing to tell everybody on live.
Really well yesterday.
I need to wear this mic. So this family event, you got to wear it.
Dylan, and now they're going to get a chance to see him in action once again. So
It's kind of
just
cutting in
moments
now.
away, maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Once again, get ready.
It's the wind. The wind is. I can hear it there. Don't see Clayton. Clayton. Clayton.
Yeah, we'll just cut it off.
Clayton.
All right, we are off. Run number 1 of the day. Sunny, Mahurin, and Dylan.
Get in there.
Sunny has sent Dylan off on the come-by side. Dylan seems to have found his cattle. He's looking ready to go, ready for action. See how this opening handshake looks. Looks pretty nice. Those cattle lifted almost immediately. Just getting a little bit of negotiation there. These cattle seem to want to just get a few last bites in before they get to work. Dylan's gonna want to put his cattle back together. Can be a little tricky to kick off your run with a straggler out there on the right. And he's going to go get him now. One thing that can be tricky, though, is sometimes you'll send your dog to pick up a straggler and they'll get them turned, but then they'll leave and not kind of see the job done. So Sonny's going to want to just make sure he keeps Dylan on that heifer. Doesn't want her to get too used to kind of just doing her own thing there. But so far, moving in the right direction. It's only been 90 seconds. Still got 8.5 minutes. This is a lengthy fetch. It's not something you can just kind of race your way through. But that heifer on the right, she's gonna be tricky. She seems to really have kind of a mind of her own. But nice job there from Sonny and Dylan to give himself a shot. The only downside is, she just slipped out the right. He's gonna have to be careful about this heifer. She's kind of had him and Dylan's number from the beginning. She's got schemes. This heifer.
See, talks about them heifers.
Yeah, them heifers, and the cattle out there as well. Get myself in trouble up here.
At least you're calling heifers and not sheep.
Yeah, well, that will probably happen again too. And this has been a bit of a tricky start for Dylan and Sonny. His cattle they're a little bit jumpy, and they don't quite want to stay packed on top of each other, which is kind of what you need to get through obstacle number 1. It's kind of got 3 individuals, and Sonny's going to give that another go. You can't see it yet on your screen, but the handler does have to stay back here right by the judging and announcement booth until a little bit later on in the course. So Sonny is not able to go up and help Dylan yet on his horse.
Can leave after 1.
Okay, so I'm being told that once he completes obstacle 1, he will be able to start riding out to work with his dog, but until then, looks like this is looking promising. There he goes. They've got it. The downside is, though, they have used up a lot of time on obstacle 1. They're coming up on 4 minutes. So Sonny and Dylan are going to need to bust out the rocket fuel for the next few obstacles to make up for some lost time here. But this is a team that can do it. Dylan is a really, really nice dog. Sonny is a very seasoned handler. There we go. Nice and easy through obstacle 2. But he's got some tricky cattle in this group. Just gonna kind of get things organized, and now there's a long cross drive, or drive, I guess you could say, to obstacle 3. This is a course of distance, no doubt about it. And with only 5 minutes left on the clock, Sonny and Dylan are gonna be thinking about how far they can get. There's not a lot of time to spare on this course with the big distances between the set out and obstacle 1, the distance between obstacle 1 and obstacle 2, and then obviously this long drive to obstacle 3, and then again a long drive from 3 to 4. So we got a lot of ground to cover. Good teamwork there from Sonny and his dog. They're putting a lot of work in just to keep these cattle calm. These cattle throwing a few curveballs, especially around obstacle 1, as we saw. And they've shown that you kind of just can't This is not a group you can turn your back on. Looking like a nice lineup though. Obstacle 3 doesn't want to lose these heifers out the left-hand side though. So Sonny's gonna ride up a little bit there just to cover that. And they are through obstacle 3. But again, just 4 minutes left, and they have a long way to go to get back to obstacle 4.
Jerry just told me that they have to ride their horse through number 3 as well as part of the obstacle.
Oh, good to know. So we've just learned that part of obstacle 3 is they have to ride through it with their horse. Whether or not they need to or not to get the cattle through is irrelevant. It's part of the criteria for that obstacle. So Sonny did the right thing there. But again, another long drive back to 4. A lot of ground to cover in this course. 4 is an obstacle folks will recognize. It's largely the same as yesterday in open and earlier today in nursery. By largely, I mean exactly the same. But it's been a nice calm pace for a lot of the last few minutes. See if Sonny and Dylan can line these up to get on through 4. He's got one at the back who's maybe had second thoughts for a moment, but good job from Sonny and Dylan to take care of business there. Yep, good point, Desiree. Normally you cannot ride through obstacles, but yeah, for number 3 it is mandatory. Just to keep people on their toes, just to get them DQ'd at a future trial, getting them used to going through.
Used to actually do it and then they'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. So obstacle 5 is going to be a bit tricky. He's got them in where he wants them. Now he's just going to nicely sort them.
Oh, come on down.
So in this obstacle, just for anyone who's not sure, you want one of your heifers to come out the top. He's already done that. And then you want the other 2 to come out the bottom, just where those 2 have come through. So that was a bit tricky there for a few moments, but Sonny and Dylan got the job done really nice, and Dylan's going to give himself a well-deserved little bath. And he's refreshed and ready to go. They're coming up in their last 40 seconds though. Sonny may or may not have a watch on, but he does not have much time here. He is going to be hard pressed to get more points on this run, but if he can get these things in here, he maybe could pick up a few. Dylan's doing his best to try and help him. He's got his dark red heifer heading in the right direction. He's got 8 seconds. He needs to hurry. 4.
Time!
And that is time, unfortunately. So close, and yet so far.
Waiting for the official score.
We're just waiting for the final score there for Sonny and Dylan, but that's where the delays at obstacle 1 come back to haunt you, because obviously there was a minute or almost 2 there where they were working on getting through obstacle 1, and it hurts.
He didn't have a 1 in that.
It was just
The other ones didn't clear that.
the wind. The wind was just real.
Is the plane still that like? Okay, so
Now we may be able to use it in non.
Looks like Sonny's going to get 1 point or 10 points for one cow, one heifer on his last obstacle there. right, next up we have James Butler and his dog Dolly. They've had a lot of success this week in the open class. Now they're gonna show their stuff in horseback. James is waving for Scattle. And here they come. He's gonna send Dolly on the away side. Dolly should have a pretty good idea where these cattle are by now. She's had a number of runs this week. She definitely sees them. Stopped for a moment just to make sure that she's not hallucinating. She is not. She's gonna do a little bit of a nose bite there just to get her leftmost heifer up and moving. Sometimes you need it. These cattle can be a little bit heavy at the lift. Something about the grass there, they just love it. But they got a nice pace going now. They're on course, heading for obstacle 1, the fetch panels. Getting some good speed on these heifers. And pretty soon he's going to be ready to give her a big come by. Well, he didn't need to. Dolly did it all by herself. There's the come by now. Pretty good line. Might need one more come by. Might not. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to come by here, and there James gives it to Dolly, and that should be just what he needs. So a little bit of a faster, cleaner obstacle 1 here for James versus the last run we saw, and that's gonna come in handy because as we saw, you know, spending a few minutes at obstacle 1 really hurt when push came to shove at the end of the course, and so James has given himself a few minutes that his predecessor did not have, and he's going to make short work of obstacle 2, gets them in the top and out the bottom just like he wants, and now he and Dolly are going to begin that long drive out to obstacle 3. We're going to see all kinds of different styles of handling today. One of the things that's neat about the horseback class, obviously, is that you can move around and help your dog if you want with both your horse and yourself. But in my experience, there's kind of a few different types of approaches. Some folks really insert themselves into a lot of the obstacles, into a lot of the work. Helping to push their cattle or block them, really relying on their strong riding skills to significantly help out their dog. And then you see some handlers who are very, very confident in their dog and maybe rely on them to do 90-95% or more of the work. I'm in the latter group, mostly because I'm not a great rider, but it's always neat to see that either approach can win a trial. So I think we could probably say that James is definitely feeling really good about his dogs. He knows that Dolly can handle this stock and this course pretty well, so he's hanging back a little bit, knowing that she can take care of things with his guidance. but we might see some runs later on where, you know, the dog might not be any less strong, but just the rider might feel a lot more keen to get into the action a bit, even just beyond the obstacles where they're needed. James and Dolly, though, are sitting really nice on time. They're just coming up on obstacle 4 with over half their time remaining. Just need to point these heifers right at the opening. Make sure they don't slip out the side, just like they did there. It can be tricky, though. It doesn't take much for your cattle to come up with a bad idea like that. Just gonna try and get things organized here and give it another shot. Looking good here. Dolly covering the left side, and James just applied a slight bit of pressure to push them from the top. Worked out pretty nice. So now they're going to go on to obstacle 5. Can be a bit of a tricky one, bit of a sort here. Still plenty of time, but it's going to run out pretty fast, so they're going to want to get over to obstacle 5 as fast as they can at a bit of a leisurely pace for the moment. Now this is a tricky obstacle. You're going to see it, if you haven't already today, that this is one where the rider really needs to apply just the right amount of pressure. First trick obviously is getting them into number 5, but once they're there, your problems are only beginning. So they've got them in, and now what they're going to want to do is they're going to want one out the top on James's side of things. Maybe this lighter colored heifer will be the volunteer for that. Maybe not, though. And then he's going to want his other 2 heifers to come out the bottom. So he's got one out the bottom right now. Now he needs to split this group here. So I think they're going to need to give that a retry. Yeah, so he's going to retry that one because unfortunately all 3 cattle came out the bottom side instead of having one come out the top. And this is tricky now because coming up on 8 minutes, and you know, in our last run, Sonny and Dylan, they lost a lot of time at obstacle 1, but they cruised right through obstacle 5. And so, you know, you gave yourself a bit of a lead there coming into obstacle 5, but now James just needs to get this last pair to come down the bottom side. Oh, and that one moment there where his heifers decided they wanted to go out the same way their friend did. This obstacle now is starting to give a little bit of grief to what is a very strong team. And with just 90 seconds to go, there is not any room for error here. Sonny did complete this obstacle, and Sonny did get 10 points at his pen. And James is going to be hard pressed here now to close this out with at least as many points as Sonny. Needs a bit of a miracle here on obstacle 5. If he can get this real quick, there may be time to race on over to obstacle 6 to get some pen points. But that's really going to depend on getting this. So let's see here. He's going to have one go out the bottom side, but he has to stop it. And then, okay, he's got his 2 now. Can he get them to turn. One's gonna back out the way he wants. That's good. But this is a tricky obstacle because you need that heifer to. There he goes. He's got it. Okay, he's got 20 seconds though. That's not going to be enough time. That is not going to be enough time to get to the pen. But he is just going to end up only 10 points shy of Sonny and Dylan. They've only had 2 runs so far, and it looks like time's going to run out here on James and Dolly. But they definitely worked hard. James is going to end up there with 150 points. Sonny had 160. Both took their full 10 minutes.
What's that? 150.
James Butler and Dolly had a score of 150 and full time of 10 minutes.
Next up, we've got Dwayne, Herleman, and Bill. Let's see how Dwayne and Bill did in round 1. Dwayne and Bill did really well in round 1 of the horseback class. They came second overall with a score of 210 in 6 minutes and 57 seconds. So they had a full point run, and they were just 1 second slower than Sonny and Dylan in round 1. So our first place team from Tuesday, Sonny and Dylan, are currently leading after our first 2 runs, but they do not have a full point run. They had just a 160, so they left 50 points on the table, and we'll have to see if maybe Dwayne or one of our upcoming teams can pick up some of those points and edge out a lead here in day 2. Dwayne has called for his cattle. They're coming out now. And he is going to send his dog on the away side. And Bill is off. Desiree, that is a great question. Todd is moving to the end of the running order for today. So if you have not missed his run, he's just going to go last or close to it. For unknown reasons. Somebody knows, but not me.
Oh, Digger for the horseback?
Yeah, he's going.
He got moved down to the bottom because
Yeah.
he was last in the last run.
I see.
And
So
instead of being
the reason for that is because he was last in nursery, so they decided to move him to the end of this class, which makes sense.
gives the dog time, yeah.
And now Bill is just gonna work on lifting his cattle here. The lift, there's so much going on at the lift. There's so much conversation between the handler and the dog and the cattle and the grass. But Bill seems to have done a really nice job kind of getting things started in a calm, collected fashion. But the one thing about this course is sometimes you're going to want some speed because there are big distances to cover, as we've talked about already in some of these other runs. There's some big distances, so you can probably hear Dwayne is really kind of revving up Bill. Lots of walk-ups. getting his cattle moving, and then when he's got them at a pace he's happy with, he's lying them down. Probably gonna see a big come by here in a few moments. And there it is. Might need one more. Now probably needs an away just to tuck in these two on the left-hand side. Can be a bit tricky when you're trying to make a turn like this and you've got your cattle a bit spread out. Bill took a little bit of an extracurricular there. Went right up to the head. Didn't want that. But it's not fatal. There we go. So 2.5 minutes is Dwayne and Bill's current time, and they're just getting through obstacle 1. Not too shabby, but that is a long fetch in a 10-minute course, and there's lots left to go. So Dwayne's going to move down and help out a little bit. They're trying to put their cattle through the top of this semi-quasi Maltese cross and have them come straight out the bottom. Not too tricky of an obstacle, not as tricky as it was in the open and intermediate class, but definitely one you want to get through fairly quickly. So he's going to get full points there, and then they're going to turn their attention to another long drive back to obstacle 3, and it looks like Dwayne is going to get a little involved here, a little more involved maybe than we saw James during his run. James relied on his dog, which is a very valid strategy, especially when you got a good dog like Dolly. But Dwayne is gonna get into the mix a little bit. The one downside though is it does seem like his cattle are not really very happy about moving off of a horse to the same degree that they are about moving off of a dog. We're seeing that one heifer on the left there kind of recoil a little bit every time he gives her a bit of a nudge with the presence of his horse. So the question becomes, with this group of cattle, are you helping or are you hurting? And who knows, could vary from one group to the next. But who knows? Things are looking pretty organized here though. And again, Dwayne is going to need to go through obstacle 3. It's one of the rare times when you're allowed to do it. Specifically in this course, you have to. And I'm going to make that turn no problem. But lots of ground still to cover. Got about 5 minutes left. There's a lot to do in that 5 minutes. You got to get through obstacle 4. Got to get to obstacle 4 to begin with. Then you got to get through it. And then obstacle 5, as we've seen, can be tricky. It's the tricky sort. So you probably want to budget yourself a minute or two there. And then the pen and the sort at the end. We've not seen anyone manage to complete full points, even just on obstacle 6, the pen. So time is a factor in a major way. Time management is the name of the game for this course. Dwayne though has them nicely lined up. Looks like they're going to kind of waltz right in. No questions asked into obstacle 4. It's definitely an obstacle you don't want to be spending any extra time on. You know, you kind of know 5 might be one that you're going to want to have some budget for a retry or 2 if needed. You know, the rest of obstacles 1, 2, 3, and 4 though, you kind of need to be first shot, unless you can make up time elsewhere. But this course is packed in terms of things you need to get done in 10 minutes. Coming up now on obstacle 5. Little momentary hesitations from these cattle. They're not quite just going along with the flow. They're checking everything out every few seconds, but they do manage to find their way in obstacle 5, and now we're going to need to see 1 go at the top, 2 come out the bottom. The order isn't important, just that's the configuration. Looks like he's got 1 heifer. Now 2 loaded up in the bottom. This last one, though, not very happy about being left behind, but he's done it. Really nicely done. And that is definitely an obstacle that you might not expect to get through that fast, but if you do, you're happy because it's bought you some time elsewhere on the course. And then he's going to make his way to obstacle 6 and 7, but hasn't really been many bobbles on this run so far. But as you can see, he's got less than 2 minutes left, so there is not time to spare. Even if you do most everything right, you're still under the gun for time. So he wants all his cattle to come in here on the left side, walk straight through to the pen. Seems like they're more than happy to do it. 1 had a last minute change of heart, but good cover there from Dwayne on his horse, and he's gonna get all of his pen points. So now they have already put themselves in a position to be first place. Desiree, you want 2 to come out towards the camera on obstacle 5 and 1 to go out the far side. So Dwayne did get that right. And now he's going to do his last obstacle, which is his sort. And similar to the open class and the nurse class, he wants 1 to come out the bottom here, 1 to go at the top, 1 to come out the left-hand side. He's got 20-30 seconds. And I think he's going to get it. There it is. Full point run there for Dwayne and Bill. Nicely done with not a moment to spare.
I didn't think you could.
All right, a bit of an update on Dwayne's run with Bill. It actually turns out that on obstacle 3, He went through the obstacle, but then came back through it. And the rules as stated by the judge in the handlers meeting were that you needed to go through and around the obstacle. So the good news is that Dwayne is not going to be losing all of his points. He still keeps the vast majority. He's just going to be losing 30 points for obstacle 3 to end his score with a 180. That still puts him in first for the moment.
And Bill with a time of 9:44 and points of 180.
So he's still going to be in first place for the moment, but a bit of a heartbreaker there. One of the important things about really being a stickler when you're at the handlers meeting, we've all done it. We've all gone to a handlers meeting and thought we understood every nook and cranny of the rules, and in the midst of the run, when you're in the heat of things and the blood's pumping in your ears, you can forget, or you can realize maybe you didn't fully understand every nuance. But the good news is Dwayne is not losing all of the points from his run. It was a really nice run. The first person we've seen go all the way through the course. It's just, yeah, he's going to lose that 30 points there. And next up, we are going to have Jeannie Buckley with her dog Ella. And they're just waiting for their cattle to come out. Ellie looks poised to kick things off from the away hand side. And there she goes. For everyone watching at home, you might have seen these nice heifers and how easy they are to work and how calm they are and well behaved and pliable, and be thinking to yourself, man, that'd be nice to have cattle like that on my operation or on my property. Well, the good news is you can do that. These cattle are going to be bred shortly, and they will be available in September, lined up for a February 15th calving date. So if you are interested in them, you just need to get in touch with Todd Jessen. You'll see his number. We'll call it out here in a bit when it shows up on the screen next, and you can say, I want those cattle I saw at that trial. These cattle have been handled really, really well, extensively. They move nicely off people, as you can see. They move nicely off of horseback, and they move really nicely off of a dog. They're very consistent. So yeah, if anyone's watching and kind of envious of these heifers, well, they could be in your life with just a phone call. Now Jeannie here had her cattle come in the wrong way on obstacle 2, but gonna get that sorted out in a hurry here. Jeannie and Ella were 7th in round 1 of the horseback class with a full point score. Looking for the repeat here. Because of the minor slip up with Dwayne's really nice run just now, he ended up just shy of a full point score, just 30 points shy. So the field is still open. We've already had 2 of round 1's. Actually, sorry, let me take that back. We've had 3 of round 1's full point runs come and go in their second round here today, and none of them left with full points again today. So the table is open for a new contender to take first or second or third. And we're already likely going to see a different name than we did in round 1 in those places. So Jeannie is through obstacle 2 now, beginning the long drive down to 3. She's not sitting great on time though, because
You're good.
so they got a long way to go to obstacle 3. And coming up on the 5-minute mark, would like to probably be further on than they are. But things can get out of hand if you try to rush too much to make up for lost time. So they're probably going to keep things pretty calm, pretty steady. And a little bit of movement now. Jeannie's going to try and move in on that left-hand side, which she seems to have done really well to keep her cattle calm. Now we're going to want to see her go through the obstacle just like that and around. That has already proved to be a tricky little rule for at least one run today, so we'll have to watch closely for the next little while and see how she goes. Just over 4 minutes left for Jeannie and Ella. They got a nice pace here, but time is ticking. You probably, as we saw with Dwayne's run, you're probably going to want to leave yourself at least 2 minutes for the pen and the sort. So if you think of things that way, she's got about 2 minutes here to get through 4 and get through the trickiest obstacle of this course, which is 5. And that's not a lot of time. Got things lined up here. Just needs to make sure cattle don't slip out on that far side. Looks like she's done it. It's definitely an obstacle you need to get right away. It's not an obstacle you can afford to spend more than a moment at. Now we're going down to 5, but again, getting close to 7 minutes. Probably need 30-45 seconds to get from obstacle 5 to the pen. Definitely want probably at least 2 minutes for yourself to get things done at that pen and that final sort, so they're going to need to get 5 pretty quickly if they want a shot at a full point score here. So far so good. Cattle are lined up nice. Got one in already. The other 2 are right at the door. There we go. They're in. Now the hard part begins. Again, she's going to want 1 out the top, 2 out the bottom. The order does not matter. This heifer's looking at the bottom here.
This one's following.
Looks like it's got a friend.
We never can go.
It's tricky though because the last one doesn't seem to be too happy when it finds itself left alone.
Oh, there she goes. All that has to do is go that way. Yeah.
There we go. a different approach there from Jeannie than we've seen in other runs, but it definitely paid off nice. That was a nice little strategy she had there. And they are off to the races. They've got a little bit less than 2 minutes, but Jeannie knows it. She's putting on some gas here. Needs her dog, though. Don't forget your dog there, Jeannie. She got there in a hurry, but losing some time here, just bringing her dog up. Gonna need that dog to push things in. Looking pretty good though. She's gonna get her pen. Now can she do the sort in just under a minute? Or just over a minute,
No,
sorry.
you're not good. No.
So a bit of a mistake there. Jeannie was told by the judging crew that her cattle were not all the way into the pen.
Okay. She wasn't good though.
She wasn't good.
Well, she got 20 on her point. Okay.
Bit of a heartbreaker there because
She got 2 on her pin. No points.
Yeah, she can move on from her pen. She got 20 on her pen. And you.
On her pin, that last clear,
No, sir.
No.
she got
so a bit of a clarification there. She's going to end up with 20 points on her pen,
Yeah.
and she's going to get 10 points for one of her cattle during the sort.
Time of 9 minutes, 38 seconds, and 180 points.
She wasn't
Up
clear
next is Chris Timmons and Beth.
on her pen. She asked the judge said no, but unfortunately, maybe with the wind, she did not hear it and went on from her pen to her sword, and unfortunately, as a result, does not get all of her points. But again, just goes to show when the blood is pumping in your ears and you're in that crucial last 30 seconds of your run or wherever you might be, those little mistakes can cost you a lot of points.
So I'm going to show you the open.
And with that, we're going to go back to our horseback class. We've got Chris Timmons and his dog Bet stepping up onto the field.
Somebody must. You got me muted.
Chris and Bet had a score of 60 points in round 1. And we're going to be looking to upgrade here today. Bet is on a nice wide out run, hopefully not too wide. He's actually left the field. So Chris is going to try and bring him in a little bit. Get him locked on to his cattle. Bet has not yet zeroed in. Might have an idea now. His posture has changed a little bit. There we go. He's side up now on his stock. Gonna try and lift him now. Having a bit of difficulty here just lifting. These cattle are happy to graze for the moment. Chris is calling Bet up. Bet is in a stare down with his leftmost heifer. Moving it now. It can be tricky if you get a little bit of resistance on that lift. Sometimes you need that dog just to come in there and give a little bit of a nip to take that ground. At the moment, bit of trouble here for Bet getting things started. It's a tough situation when you're hundreds of yards away from your dog. Bet is going to go hit maybe the lighter of the three heifers, but this one here on the left is not too concerned for the moment. And she does not want to leave her meal. Feel bad for the heifer on the right. she's the one getting hit. She's not doing anything. But I think it's this one here on the left that has decided she's not moving. Got a little bit of action here. Bet has got his cattle going now. That is always nice to see. You want to see your dog win. And Chris and Bet are off to the races now. They have lost a lot of time. Apologies, the timer is not up on your screen right now. We'll get that fixed for the next run. We are at 4:18 though. So Chris and Bet are in a bit of a hole here. They're going to need to really motor to catch up. The good news is their cattle are moving nicely right now. And now Chris can move. They're through obstacle 1. And you know, this is a really fast run other than that few minutes spent at the lift, as they just sailed through 2 with no issues. Chris is right in the mix with his dog. They're working as a team here. One thing he does need to kind of watch out for, though, is Bet looks like he kind of wants to fetch, and that is not the mission right now. So Chris is doing a good job kind of keeping Bet either beside him or just holding the line a little bit, resisting that urge to run to their heads and turn them back on gonna sail right through obstacle 3. They're making up some good time with the last few obstacles, but again, that hole that they've found themselves in from that long lift is gonna be pretty hard to climb out of. That said, they are above their points total from round 1. Bet and Chris had a 60 in round 1, and they're already up to 90 points. So there's been serious improvement here. Can they get 4 and possibly 5 before their time runs out? That'll be the question. They're at 7 minutes now. You normally like to be at 5, if not done 5 by this point in your run. But they've done everything they can to make up time. And gonna drop one there, but I imagine Chris will probably move right along. There's just no time to go back for that last 10 points there. A little bit of an unnecessary drive-by there. Get them into obstacle 5. They've done almost every obstacle with lightning speed since the fetch. Can they repeat the magic here? So again, they need 1 out the top, 2 out the bottom, doesn't matter which order. Got 1. Just needs this last heifer to come out the bottom. But unfortunately, he accidentally drove that heifer back over his dog. It's a game of inches in that obstacle. And I don't think they're going to get another chance to repeat that. Put a bit too much juice on that heifer. That is time for Chris and Bet. Thank you to some of our sponsors. Jones. Not sure what Jones does.
Jones Trailers.
Jones Trailers. Need a trailer? Give them a call. 1-800-336-0360. And this gentleman here who is judging. Nope. Costa Cow Dogs is one of our buckle sponsors. Training of stock dogs, sales, lessons, anything you need, you can just reach out to Costa's Dog Dogs. And then we got another buckle sponsor here, S Select Stock Dogs. Okay.
The wind probably blew to the next county by now. That poor guy's still waiting on somebody.
All right, next up we've got Keith Gillian and his dog Angus. And Keith and Angus did pretty well on round 1. They got a full point run in 8 minutes and 45 seconds. That put them at 11th coming into this round.
Oh, now I can see him. To the top.
Did we turn the mic down?
Yeah, he was squealing earlier.
Squealing?
But
You're
it's-
squealing?
No, he was in here.
Squealing?
This has been down for a while, but you heard how loud it was while I was
Sounds good.
But that's how loud it was.
Yep, I see the dog.
Keith is just getting ready. His cattle are
Why don't you put it back to the other?
just coming out now. He's going to send his dog, it looks like, on the come-by side.
I had to watch for Keith.
But his dog might cross here over to the away side. We'll have to see if it casts itself out. No, it's going to cast itself out on the come-by side. Pretty good start. Again, Keith and Angus had a full point run. And here we go. Nice fast lift there from Angus. Maybe a bit too wild, but they're going to get things under control here. They're going to begin their drive over to the right, over to obstacle 1. One thing he's going to have to be careful, though, is this dog is putting a lot of juice on his cattle, not maybe holding them together as well as he would like. Some good whistles there just to get the ship righted.
We got 21.
Just needs to settle things down a little bit there, and looks like they're on the road to doing that. Pushing the cattle a bit further down so that they're lined up for obstacle 1. Now we're going to see a big come by. Hopefully not too much. Luckily, they cleared obstacle 1 with time to spare. They're still under 2 minutes. They're on their way to obstacle 2 now. Obstacle 2 has proved to be pretty straightforward for most teams so far. And see if he can just gently push these through the top of obstacle 2. He wants them to come straight down that alley there. They've gone past it though. This dog is working very wide on these cattle, which can be a blessing or a curse depending on what you're trying to get done. He had one heifer come down for free, but he needs the other 2. It's going to be tricky though. Tricky to get 2 down through here when he's already got 1 that's kind of taken off to the exhaust. And I think he's probably going to have to put all these back together and give things another go, because yeah, those 2 didn't want to play ball as long as they knew their friend was potentially already at the exhaust. So he's going to gather things up. Probably going to see an away flank here. There it is. Now he just needs to maybe slow things down a little bit. This dog is working real wide. Again, can be a blessing, can be a curse. In this case, they got the job done. But might come back to haunt them a little bit in some of the later obstacles where you really need your dog to be judicious about how wide it is. But they got lots of time. They're only at 3.5 minutes. Gonna begin that long drive out to obstacle 3. A lot of ground to cover though. And not much time. 10 minutes goes by in an instant on a course with this much to do.
I don't know. Yes. I'll bring him to you.
having a bit of a time here keeping these three together. Needs a little bit more, I think, from his dog here to set the tone with these cattle. Lying the dog down can sometimes work, but in this case, I think he needs a maybe invite Angus in a bit more just to kind of control his stock. Angus is going to take a quick bath though. Needs a drink. No shame in that. Not a bad idea on a humid Texas day. But there are moments here that are slipping by on this long drive out to obstacle 3 that you're going to want back.
So Digger's going to run later, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody's asking online.
5 minutes have elapsed. They are not quite through obstacle 3. Remember, he needs to go through obstacle 3 and around it. Can't come back through it. This is one of the obstacles where by judge decree you must go through it. Now he's way out on the left here. Hopefully he remembers he needs to get in there. Don't get caught watching. Looks like he's angling to follow his cattle through though, so looks like he knows the deal here. He was awake at the handlers meeting. And he's got his points. And now he's going to begin heading back down to obstacle 4. But in kind of a contrast to some of the other runs we've seen today, it's been the drives that I think have been kind of the killers for Angus and Keith here. They've had no trouble, or not much trouble I should say, with the obstacles, but just keeping their cattle together and on task in some of these long drives has proved a bit tricky. And nothing fatal by any means. They're still in this. But with just 3.5 minutes left to go, you kind of want to be covering the ground as directly as you can between these obstacles, because as we've seen, you can lose a lot of time at an obstacle or two and still get a full point score, but you can't lose time at an obstacle and on these drives. Again, you'd kind of like to be done obstacle 4 maybe around the 6-minute mark, maybe earlier if you can swing it. Give yourself 3-4 minutes for obstacle 5, 6, and 7. Just needs to tuck his last 2 heifers into this one as quickly as possible. Get on the road to obstacle 5. There we go. So he's going to get 30 for obstacle 4. But he has only left himself 2 minutes for the last 3 obstacles, and there's 2 drives of not insignificant distance between both those obstacles. And I think at this point he's going to be lucky if he can get his points at 5 before time runs out. Course designers have definitely made covering distance a key component of today's course in the horseback class. Looks like the plan was to make sure that they were testing some of those tight turns and careful sorts at obstacles like 5 and 7, but also that you can cover ground with your dog and your cattle. There are multiple pretty lengthy drives between these obstacles. Bit of confusion here at 5, but it looks like Angus and Keith have sorted it out with not too much difficulty. Now they need 2 cattle to come out that bottom section where you just saw that heifer come through. One to go at the top. He's He's got his one out the bottom already. He almost had it there, but just put a little bit too much pressure on that last heifer, and she is very offended by the whole situation. But so close and so far there to getting his points. And he's gonna have no choice but to regather and give things another shot. All right, he's gonna move on actually with 2 out of 3. Although we're not sure. Belay that. We're really not sure what the plan is now. Well, the plan is now to time out, and we'll have to see if he gets any points for that obstacle, or whether the judging crew decides that that was a legitimate retry, in which case he will not.
Last time.
Keith unfortunately did end up running out of time, and you have to wonder if maybe some of those drives had been a bit faster, a bit more direct. Would there have been enough time to finish off 5? You never know. That's dog trialing.
Ranching is passed down from generation to generation. Know what else gets passed down? The world's finest ranch and rodeo equipment, manufactured by WW Livestock Systems. Ranchers demand quality, and they have come to depend on WW equipment to fulfill their needs, large or small. We invite you to consider WW, made in America, available coast to coast. WW Livestock Systems, the world's finest since 1945.
Okay, well, we're getting ready for our next run 7 of the day. And it's going to be David Henry and his dog Light. They had a full point run in round 1 and were 10th place coming out of that round. There were a lot of full point runs in round 1, a lot of really nice runs, a lot of really nice dogs and handler teams. So far, though, today we have seen no full point runs. The closest was Dwayne Hurleman and his dog Bill, who very nearly had a full point run, but it ended up turning out that they had made a small mistake on obstacle 3, and so they lost their points from that obstacle. But other than that, they were perfect and managed to get all the way through the course in their 10-minute time, but no one else has managed it. So we're still waiting for our first full point run of the day, and maybe it will be David Henry and his dog Light. Here's hoping.
Or you might just be making light.
And here goes Light. Off on the come by side. Nice looking outrun. Really nice. Fast. Nice and wide, not too wide though.
We're way off on the clock on the latch, just so they know.
And he is going to call his dog in now. Light is coming in very purposefully. Offended one of his heifers maybe a little bit, hopefully not mortally. They do not like to be surprised, these heifers. But things are off to a pretty good start for David and Light. They're on a nice course, heading to obstacle 1. They got a nice pace. They are maybe the fastest we've seen, the fastest start to a run we've seen all day, at least in the horseback class.
Everyone's dogs.
And they are gonna try and steer these heifers through this obstacle. Things are a bit spread out, but maybe a good come by here gets the job done. I think it just may. Just needs to be careful about this heifer on the right, and then now he's got his heifers on the left. I think he's got it. Doesn't want too much of a come by though. Oh, he just is going to pull it off by the skin of his teeth. We never doubted him for a second.
We were just making light.
Yeah, we were just making light of the situation. Some light-hearted ribbing. But David and Light have managed to maybe pull off the fastest trip to obstacle 2 we've yet seen today. Could this be our first full point run? Who knows? They were full points on their first run, round 1. And many who also had that same glory have not managed to pull off a full point run here today. But David and Light have given themselves plenty of time by getting through obstacles 1 and 2 in a hurry. Now they're gonna get organized and start walking over to 3. It is a long way to 3. Maybe even as long a distance between 3 and 2 as there is between the lift and obstacle 1. Obviously the difference here being that David can help his dog and ride with his cattle as he's doing now. And they're working as a pretty nice team here. They're switching sides as needed to keep their cattle on line. David maybe inadvertently pushed one of his heifers out to the left there. Light doesn't seem to be holding a grudge for that though. Light says, "No worry, boss. No worries, boss. I can fix this." And they're still comfortable on time. Not even yet at 4 minutes, and already looking like they're on track to nail obstacle 3. Again, though, David needs to make sure he rides through that obstacle, comes all the way around it, through, and he does. And there we go. They are making their way to obstacle 4. Another lengthy drive here, but David and Light have shown no concern about these long distance drives. They've been a strong suit for this team right from the beginning. Even when it was just Light working by herself or himself, moving cattle across distance has not proved to be an issue at all for them. And a lot of this course, as we've said a million times by now, is covering distance. Coming up on 5 minutes, halfway through their run. Probably the fastest we've seen any team move through the course. Hopefully that time sitting in the bank is going to come in handy.
We can go over scores in a second.
Just lining things up real nice for obstacle 4. Obstacle 4 can and should be fast like that. But funny enough, Dave and Light are maybe one of the few teams that had time to burn there if they needed it, but they didn't need it. So they get to store that time away for later. Keep it for a rainy day. And if any obstacle can bring a rainy day, it can be obstacle 5. So it's good that they're sitting on over 4 minutes. I just needs to not have Light too far out on that right hand side. Just needs the right bit of pressure between him and his dog. Looks like he's gonna get them into 5 nicely. Needs 2 out the bottom, 1 out the top. He's got, so close. Fortunately,
Push that one up.
he did lose. He did lose 1 too many out the top, so he's gonna retry. This is that rainy day that he's been saving his time for. Hopefully he can recover things. One of his heifers did not like the way things just went down. She's looking for an alternative to participating in this trial. Can he settle her back down and get things aligned for another go? It looks like he will be able to. He does not have all of his cattle in though, so cannot retry his sword just yet. Again, he has left himself some time. He still probably could spend another minute here and have a shot at getting his pen and sword, but rapidly that nice cushion he had built himself is starting to run out. Needs to get his cattle in there. He's got one that just I think he thought that one was done and dusted, turned his back on it, but she was not yet in the pen. And now things are starting to get a little bit dicey out there in terms of time. Now you're kind of aware that maybe your hopes of a full point run that were looking so strong are starting to kind of evaporate, and now you might be in damage control mode and thinking, how can I get the most amount of points possible? Only 7 teams make it to the final in the horseback class, and or 8 teams, sorry. And it is going to be a lot of competition. He's got 2 in there. We've seen a few people push the cattle back over their dog though, trying to navigate this tight turn here. And he is going to get it. It was a bit of a dicey one, but with a minute left, Light and David are going to try and get over to obstacle 6, the pen, in a hurry. I just don't think they're going to have enough time though. Who knows? They are moving with speed, but just like that, obstacle 5 turned what looked like a really good shot at a full point run. He had more than 4 minutes to go when he got there into a situation where you're just trying to claw these last 60 points. At the speed of light is my compadre here, Brandon. And unfortunately, that is it for David and Light. They were running towards the light, and then things got dark in the final hour. But that's how fast it can happen.
But I just want to give a shout out to Mike and HP as well. Oh, here he is. Never mind.
Because if you have more than one or two retries, chances are you're probably not going to have enough time to get all the way around the course. And it's hard to be perfect for 10 minutes straight. With that said, we're moving on to Mike Thompson and his dog HP. Mike and HP scored 120 points in round 1. And so the name of the game for them is going to be
You don't need a dog.
upgrading. Mike, we're not quite sure if he's brought a dog to this trial today.
HP, you need a dog. HP.
He's calling his dog over. There it is. Okay, HP is with him and ready to go. Mike is calling for his cattle. Our intrepid set-out crew is getting them ready for him. And here they come. And HP is off. Going on the come-by side. Hopefully he casts out. Right now HP is running pretty directly at his cattle. Nice little cast out there. That's what he probably needed. His cattle are watching him all the way down this outrun. Now we're going to see what kind of lift we can get here. The lift is key. With our last run, David made up a lot of time getting a nice, fast, easy lift. Looks like Mike and HP are going to have a pretty quick and easy lift as well. A little bit of room between their two heifers on the left and their free-spirited heifer on the right, but at least she's free-spirited in the right direction. Now I think I would have maybe tried to keep my dog behind the two on the left for the moment. But it's not going to be fatal there for HP. Not yet. This lone heifer out on the right might become an issue when it comes time to make this turn. But for now, he's really got to juggle having two very distinct groups of cattle here. Needs to find a way to motivate these two grazers to have the same ambition in life as his lone heifer on the right. But no such luck just yet. But he's managed to bring her back in line. If he can, he's gonna do it. Wow. What a roller coaster of emotions for that fetch there. HP and Mike are through obstacle 1, on their way to obstacle 2. Now they just need to put all 3 of their cattle through the top here. But again, they're all kind of spread out. They're all on different wavelengths at the moment, these cattle, and it can be really tricky to do an obstacle even as straightforward as obstacle 2 when your cattle are not on the same page. So the question's going to become, can Mike and HP get their cattle on the same page? He's going to try and work this single, doing a little bit of cutting horse action here. Probably could use his dog here to help him if he wanted. But he seems committed to not wanting to regather his cattle But HP needs to help him here. This is the most excitement we've seen at Obstacle 2. Getting 2 shows for the price of 1. The thing is, though, I mean, how much time are you really saving by not putting your cattle back together? Spent a lot of time here. Will get his cow through. Very impressive work, but debatable if that saved time. Would it have been maybe faster to put all your cattle together and move them through traditionally? Who knows? If we're handing out style points, though, Mike and HB would be the top of the heap. So now they're at 5 minutes or just about, and they have yet to begin their trek over to Obstacle 3. You'd kind of look to be done Obstacle 3 and maybe working on 4 by this point in your time. But if they can move fast, it's not out of the question. But the one thing that's kind of been a theme of this run is right from the get-go, these cattle have not been kind of really on board with what's going on. They've been resisting. And, you know, it's you never know if it's just the group of cattle or if there's something that could have been done maybe to kind of instill some order and some cohesion in your group, but certainly it is going to make every obstacle more challenging. Even something that seems straightforward like Obstacle 3 can be a bit of a chore if your cattle are not on board with the situation. That said, gonna get them through pretty nice. Now he's hopefully gonna remember to go all the way through his obstacle. But time is an issue. In our last run, Keith was already kind of working on 5 at this point in his run, and Mike unfortunately does not have much time. They are just beginning their drive on the way to 4 with almost 3 minutes remaining, so under the gun for sure. It's going to be a question if they can get even their points from 4 and 5 before time runs out, let alone challenging for the last 2 obstacles, 6 and 7. Gets his first effort through, nice and easy. Second and third are going to follow suit. Definitely nice to see an obstacle go real nice and smooth like that when you're running low on time. Can they do the same with 5? Still a bit of unhappiness from this group of heifers, but for the moment, they're still in the game. Got a nice pace here heading to 5, but gotta be watching the clock. Under 2 minutes to go. Unless they can get 5 really fast, the chances of also picking up some points on obstacles 6 and 7 are not looking good, and that is not what you want to see when you're already right up against it one of your heifers slips out, doesn't go into the obstacle. Coming up on 1 minute left, and now the question is, forget about obstacles 6 and 7, can you get your points here at 5? Gonna get his cattle in. He's got one at the top.
Get his dog back there.
He needs to cover this bottom side though.
Come on.
Now he just needs to ever so slightly nudge his cattle down here, down this side of things. They are very fixated on joining their compadre out in the field there, and he and his dog need to convince them to instead come the other way. He is running low on time. There are just 15-20 seconds left. Can they negotiate this turn? I think he's gonna have to make something happen here because time is unfortunate for Mike and HP. They were so close and yet so very far. They do not leave with full points out of obstacle 5, unfortunately. That was a tough group of cattle right from the beginning though, and they battled every step of the way. Mike and HP did not give up.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
Ranching is passed down from generation to generation. Know what else gets passed down? The world's finest ranch and rodeo equipment, manufactured by WW Livestock Systems. Ranchers demand quality, and they have come to depend on WW equipment to fulfill their needs, large or small. We invite you to consider WW, made in America, available coast to coast. WW Livestock Systems, the world's finest since 1945.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at Nutrina.
We're back, and he's calling for his cattle. This has been a pretty challenging horseback class. Jensen Gaynor and Jason Terrell are over our horseback class. They run the American Ranch Dog trials, and they'll be sanctioning all their trials with the NC horseback this year. So if you really like the American horseback, they'll be sanctioned with NCA horseback this year. So that'll be a lot of fun. They've made this course, and I don't think anybody's finished this course yet, have they? Nobody's finished it yet out of 7 or 8 dogs. Dwayne Hurtleman did finish the course, but he didn't do number 3 properly. So he dropped points, but he did finish the course, if that makes sense. Right now, True is down there. He has gone back in the catch pen. He did this yesterday, and so Jensen Gaynor, well, he's walking away. He went to the cattle. The cattle are on cubes down there, if you're wondering. That's why they're so heavy to get off. They drop cubes to try to keep the cattle in one place till your dog can get down there. And then, but True has entered the pen down there. There's probably, 40, 50 head in there? Oh, True is out. Maybe we have a run on our hands. He just wanted to take he just wanted a little bit of everybody. He's one of those kind of dogs. Got a little heel bite going on down there. Trying to get him off. If you're just now joining us, these dogs will move the cattle from the cubes and they'll bring them they'll cross drive over to your right here through obstacle 1. He's having quite a time moving these cattle off the cubes. I think these cattle are saying this is the 4th day and we're just gonna be eating some cubes here. So it looks like he's got everybody off cubes. Now let's get them together and drive them. All right, everybody's moving in the right direction. Well, okay, another heel bite. All right. So he needs to bring these cattle to the right. These dogs. These cattle have been trialed for the last 4 days, and if you get your dog in too close on these cattle, they're just not liking it. And True he's had a few heel bites, and so he's got them a little trotty, but now they're starting to settle down. And see if he can get them through that number 1 obstacle there that you see on your right. He needs to bring them back around, and he's going to have to pass that obstacle up, and then bring them back through obstacle 1. Yeah, they moved him pretty fast. I think they had him ready. Jordan's back. He's from Canada. He said he had to go to the washroom. I wasn't sure where he was going.
I'm here with Alicio Ferreira. How did Alicia do?
He didn't get his fetch, did he? Does he have to have his one through the fetch to come to move on? Yeah. Okay. True is truly intense.
Is this a Kelpie?
No, they say it's a border collie.
Okay.
Brazilian border collie.
Oh, cool. Hey, my dog's out of Brazil.
Is it?
His dad.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Is it registered?
Yeah.
Brazil?
Yeah.
Mine is too.
Oh, they might be related.
That's from Brazil.
Mine, Bruiser.
Really?
He's a grandson of Radar.
So True and Alicio are gonna need to put their cattle back down by obstacle 1. They do not yet have any cattle through that first obstacle, so they cannot move on to later obstacles. Unfortunately, they have got some cattle that are kind of short on patience here.
Yeah, that heel bite's really getting them trotty.
Yep.
That
Is Alicio from Brazil?
I would assume.
Okay.
I tried to talk to him yesterday, I think.
He's speaking Portuguese?
Yes.
You have to speak Portuguese so I can understand.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he's from Brazil.
Well, hopefully his dog speaks Portuguese. They just need to get a little organized here.
Let's go back down through one. He hasn't got anything on one yet.
Go back down to obstacle 1. It's a long way to go.
He may be a professional bull rider. He's trying.
Just having a bit of trouble getting these cattle away from the exhaust. They kind of know when they... We've seen it from a few groups. When they get upset, they kind of know, well, you know what? We're going straight to the exhaust.
They know where it is.
Yeah, they know where it is. So, Alicio is going to call his run, though. He's opening up that exhaust gate. And he's going to go get his cattle. Nice stockmanship move there. You know, sometimes your run's just not going the way you want. The best thing you can do for your dog, for your cattle, is call it. So, nice move there. Good stockmanship from Alicio to call that. So unfortunately we have a 0 point there for Alicio and Drew, but
Macon Mora and Lyra.
next up we have Macon with his dog Lyra, and
Who you sent her to?
Lyra
Who you sent her to?
had a score of 90 in round 1, but the field is fairly wide open here today. If somebody can put together a full point run, they will be sitting pretty. And Macon is approaching on foot, so I hope he has a horse stashed here somewhere. Maybe he's gonna take the one that Alicio was just on. That's good. It's good that he's got a horse
Mike
stashed
shows
away.
up with no dog, wondering if he needs a dog.
Like natural.
All right, so we are ready for Macon and his dog Lyra. They had a 90 on day 1, round 1. So they're going to look to upgrade here. Could this be our first full point run? We will see. Cattle are coming out with some gusto. He's going to send his dog on the away side. Nice looking out run to start. She knows where her cattle are, I'm pretty sure.
My wife texted and said, "Did you kick Jordan off the mic?" I said, "No, he had to go to the washroom."
Wasn't making enough puns. Wasn't making enough dog-related puns. All right, Lyra has found the set out. Now, the question will be, is she zeroed in on the set out or is she zeroed in on her 3 cattle? I think she might be eyeing up the cattle in the pen, but done a nice job there from Micon to bring her in, get her sorted with the right ones, and she is on them now. A little bit of extracurricular heel bite there, but you know,
Brazilian dogs have a lot of heel bite.
do they really?
Yeah. My dog loves a heel bite.
Okay.
See your dog biting?
Huh. I can't bribe my dog.
You can't bribe it to?
No, I couldn't do anything.
Really?
There's nothing I can give my
So what's
dog.
your dog out of then?
He's out of Brazilian dogs on his sire's side. I'll have to pull up his papers, but
So he's bred Brazilian or is he ABCA?
he's ABCA, but
Okay.
he came from Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah, he was, his sire came from Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonder how I got border collie papers.
Some are because the way they do it, they have some that are ISDS and ABC, like Joker's ABCA.
Is he from Brazil?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't think any ones from Brazil could get registered ABCA.
Nice,
They come
nice
over
start
to-
here to Lyra's and Mycon's run. They are
They have to
making pretty good time. 2 minutes is not shabby at all to be getting through obstacle 1. It's not fast, but it's certainly not slow, and that'll give them a decent cushion. Now they're gonna want to get through obstacle 2 pretty much right away. That's been the standard for most of the runs we've seen today, and even the runs that have sailed through obstacles 1 and 2 have not had time to spare later on in the run. So
they've done a good job making this course.
yeah, this course is no joke. You
Truly
you
difficult. Don't make light of it.
don't make a Lyra out of us
Lyra.
here.
Just run the course.
It's a tough course.
There we go. Now Jordan's in the spirit.
As Sleeping Dogs Lyra, this is no easy joke, easy course.
We got him on a roll now.
Looks like Mycon and Lyra though are gonna get through obstacle 2 nice and smooth. That's what you need. You need that. This is almost a gimme obstacle, which makes it extra painful if there is something that goes wrong here, and unfortunately that's not the case for these two. But again, there's almost no point in this course where you can't be watching the clock and really pushing things as much as you can.
I wonder why our scorekeeper brought him a whole box of checks.
I don't see a bowl or milk anywhere, so I'm not sure what's
A
going on.
whole box. She's only 5'2". A whole box.
Sometimes when you need a good snack, that cereal just checks all the boxes.
Checks. Oh. We got him now. Just check.
Apologies to everyone on the live stream. I think I just saw our viewer count drop by 3. every pun, it drops.
By the way, she's eating Honey Nut Chex Mix here.
There we go. That's the top side there.
Oh yeah, Corey Bear. Yeah, so Joker's actually out of Merc.
Oh, is he?
Joker's got Merc way a few back. Yeah.
Okay, so Joker.
So the whatever how you say it.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it either.
Yeah, but that's.
All right, Mycon is looking pretty good. time-wise, you'd like to be a minute faster, maybe, but if they can avoid any major kind of bobbles later on in the run, they could be okay. He just needs to make sure he goes all the way through this obstacle. He does. We've seen some come through faster. All right, he's making his way now. Lyra and Micon onto obstacle 4. They're not out of it. We've seen some folks get to 5 around the 6.5, 6-minute mark. They're just coming up on 4, but those folks that we saw a minute ahead had a minute or more worth of trouble at obstacle 5. Move through obstacle 4 real nice and easy. Now the real question mark that has sunk more than a few really promising runs in terms of their hopes for full points. Obstacle 5. If Micon and Lyra can get this quick and easy, they are still in good shape for a full pointer. Good entry into 5. Lyra's gonna hold that far side, and now he just needs to be careful not to ride into this obstacle, but I think he knows that. We've not seen someone try this obstacle this way. No. This could be dicey. That is a lot of pressure for the dog to hold, but he's come with a plan. Oh. This is dicey. He's gonna get 2 out the bottom.
Oh, he's got it.
And he's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it.
Potentially he's gonna do it. No. He did it.
Dang.
He did it.
Wow.
Well done. Jeez, he really gave the spectators a show there.
Made a Lyra out of us.
Yeah, he almost made a Lyra out of us. We were almost playing the Lyra of defeat there. Lyra is an instrument, just in case anyone's wondering.
Lyra?
Who's playing the Lyra?
The Lyra?
We almost heard
guitar or is it what?
some kind of guitar.
Do I need to Google this?
I think so. I just made the pun. I don't have the
guitar. That may be what y'all call it in Canada, but it's a guitar down here.
It's actually a guitar,
Guitar?
not a guitar.
Well, that may be in Missouri. We're in Texas.
All chaos is breaking loose up here in the announcer booth. But let that not distract you from the fact that Micon and Lyra have a minute left. They've really picked up some time here in these last few obstacles. And no one has quite approached some of these obstacles the same way that Micon has, but he came with a plan. Our audience is feeling the pain. Desiree has correctly pointed out that Lyra is a type of harp.
He was playing it like a guitar in here, though. And it's with an E, not an A.
That's true.
Thank you, Desiree.
I am a Lyra. Now, I don't know. I don't think he's going to get full points on that sword. He's going to try it again, but he will get his pen. He got his pen. He got his pen, right? No, he didn't. Unfortunately, he did not get his pen
They
either.
all came out, so he retried.
They all came out. That is a heartbreaker because there were some real nice moves from Mike on there. Especially at Obstacle 5. We've never seen...
Oh, Pew Productions.
Thank you to Pew Productions for providing the live stream for this and many other events. Pretty hard to find a trial of any size where you can watch it at home every single day, every single run, in anything resembling good quality. The quality you've seen here just over the past few days is way above what I'm normally used to when I watch a live stream of a dog trial. And so if you've got an event coming up, doesn't even have to be a dog trial, that email there at the bottom is who you want to reach out to. All right, we are moving right along with Kevin Lippy and his dog Buck.
Why do I have...
We have taken a vow of no puns for this dog and this handler.
David and Buck. That's who I had. It is Kevin Lippy and Buck.
Kevin Lippy and Buck are stepping up onto the field. How did they do in round one? Let's see. They did pretty well. It looks like they were 5th at the end of round one with a full point score. And we are now on dog number 11, and we're still hunting for our first full pointer here today. Could this be the one we've been waiting for? Who knows? Buck is off. Nice away flank there. Not too wide,
West Texas.
but not too tight either.
We don't have anything blooming, so I guess.
If we were judging it, we'd give it 20 points probably. Went straight to balance. His cattle are primed for the start of their fetch. Really nice fetch here so far from Kevin and Buck. His cattle are moving with a really nice pace. He's got them lined up really nicely for obstacle 1, and he's only 80 seconds into his run. You know, we've seen pretty decent runs today that were 2.5 minutes by the time they got through one. The only thing he's gonna have to look out for is, can he make sure that his cattle all go through? And the answer is yes. Really nice fetch. One of the nicest ones maybe we've seen in a while. Certainly given himself some time But we've seen some runs, though, where the fetch went really nice, or the drives went really nice, the multiple drives between obstacles, but things kind of fell off the wagon at one obstacle or another. We've not yet seen someone put all those pieces together. We've not seen someone manage to get all the pieces in play. And that's kind of what you need, I think, on this course. If you want full points, you need all the pieces to align. And Kevin's keeping things going, though. So far, the lift is nice. The outrun was nice. The fetch was nice. Got through obstacle 2 nice and easy. So far, there's not much in this run you would take issue with, and he's given himself a chance to keep pushing for that full point run.
So that chest there's not for you, it's for us.
Just needs now to not take up too much time on this drive. That could cost him, though. A little bit of a heel bite there, when maybe the cattle were already kind of pointed in the right direction. These heifers can do a lot for you, and they can be very reasonable and forgiving, but they can also hold a grudge if they feel like the other end of the bargain's not being held up. And so far, that little transgression doesn't seem to have thrown things off a cliff, but anything can happen. Who knows if that heifer is storing that mistake away in her mind to bring it out later and make them pay for it.
Got the memory of an elephant.
Yeah. Not bad at this point. Being 4 minutes, getting to obstacle 3 is on the above average side of things. Maybe could benefit from being a bit faster here, though, because you never know how much time you're going to want at obstacle 5. You know, we've seen the odd run get through there really, really quick and easy, but we've seen many more where 2, 3, 4 tries was necessary. And so at this point in the run, you're kind of trying to store up as much time in your bank as you can by getting through these obstacles fast. Good line here for 3. Just needs to remember to follow his cattle through. Is one of the rules on this course. And he's done it.
Good job, Kevin.
All right, now he's on his way to obstacle 4. This again needs to be one of those obstacles that you just get right away.
Very big course for 10 minutes.
It's a huge course. There's a lot of ground to cover on this course. You get one mistake, maybe 2.
Yeah.
And you better hope that's all you get.
And no retries.
Yeah. Very few windows for retry unless you really motor on these big drives. Bit leisurely on this drive, but maybe not the end of the world.
Sitting at about 6 minutes, so he's got a little bit of time, but 5 seems to be taking up a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. I think some of the fastest runs we've seen got to 5 at around 6:15.
He's going into 4 at 6 minutes and about unofficially 20 seconds.
Luckily, a real easy, no hassle completion of 4.
Got it.
Now the moment of truth.
Yesterday it was the obstacle 4 got everybody. This today it's obstacle 5. It's been their demise. buck seems to be kind of overflanking a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of slowing his cattle down,
I think so.
which he
I think
doesn't
so.
need.
He doesn't seem super happy that they're kind of driving right now.
Yeah.
He seems to,
He keeps stopping the momentum.
yeah, even right there. It's subtle.
Yeah. But it's enough to pause him.
Yeah, and I wonder if Kevin is intentionally not stopping it or not noticing it.
I wouldn't think Kevin would not notice it.
Sure.
That guy's a hand.
Sure. So maybe he's happy that the cattle are kind of moving nice and calm.
I think so. They may have been a little bit too trotty for him.
Back here.
I don't know.
But it's definitely
Because clearly he was killing the momentum.
Yeah, multiple times. Just needs now.
Well, as of right now, there's 0 full points. Maybe he's just inching along and hoping
Yeah.
he can get full point, not caring about his time.
The thing is,
Of course, he's going into 8 minutes.
yeah, you kind of want to be at least leaving 5 at your 8-minute mark. We've not seen anyone still at 5 this late in their run, even to get to a 10.
Okay, he got him in. No,
Almost. She's not convinced.
There we go. Got all of them in. He's using the approach of Keith Gillian and Dwayne, and
Not the Mekon special.
nope, not the Macon special. That was the. But he got
that was
it.
a hell of a.
Now they're.
But
Okay,
this.
he's sending him
But
dogs
see,
around.
this is where I think
Now he's going to
you're
keep the dog
hurting.
in the back.
You're hurting because you did that so nicely.
Yeah.
That minute and a half you spent on all those drives, kind of stopping your cattle.
You notice how he's keeping his dog back now.
Sure.
So he may have been doing that to try to funnel and slow those cows down into that obstacle.
Interesting.
Because now he's got him in a good trot.
Right.
And
So
leaving his dog behind.
he
And
knows
using the horse way more.
But does he need his dog here?
He's gonna have a little cover that hole.
Yep. Very nicely done. Like I said, Kevin Lippy's a hand.
Sure.
This guy could probably take a Chihuahua and come out here and compete. He really is good.
Now he's got
Okay,
all of his
he's
cattle.
got all his cattle. Now he's going to bring them out. He's got about, yeah. Oh, negative.
No.
Oh, hey, good save. Use your dog. Use your dog. Use your dog. Nail biter here, folks. He
Look at
got it. Are you
This is
kidding
it.
me?
He pulled it off.
He got it with
Wow.
30 seconds
Wow.
to spare.
That's the fastest we've seen
And
anyone.
like I said, Kevin Lippy's a hand. Very nice, Kevin.
you would never know that someone could pull off leaving 5 with just a minute and a half to go.
He was way behind.
Yeah.
Sped those cows up, left his dog. And that's one of the big benefits of being in a horseback
Sure.
in the horseback class, because you have your animal.
Good job, Kevin.
Because clearly these cows don't really respect a person on the ground,
No.
but they do because they're worked mostly horseback.
Well, that was a treat. We finally got our first
Yeah.
full point
Who
run,
we
and
got
that will
coming up?
rocket. That will rocket Kevin and Buck to the top.
Is James and Pete coming up?
No, Sonny.
Sonny. Little Sonny.
And that will make Kevin the only person so far to have full point runs in both rounds of
Way
horseback.
to go.
Oh, she came up without him.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
Ranching is passed down from generation to generation. Know what else gets passed down? The world's finest ranch and rodeo equipment, manufactured by WW Livestock Systems. Ranchers demand quality, and they have come to depend on WW equipment to fulfill their needs, large or small. We invite you to consider WW, made in America, available coast to coast. WW Livestock Systems, the world's finest since 1945.
All right, we are ready to get back going here with Sonny Mahurin and Pete. So we saw Sonny first running with his dog Dylan, and now he is back with a vengeance. Gonna send his dog on the away side here just as soon as his cattle come out. Now, Sonny and Dylan really did a lot of damage in round one Sonny and Pete, however, I have to just check and see how they did. They ended up with a full point run in round 1 as well, although just under the wire at 9 minutes and 56 seconds, so they were 15th coming out of round 1.
Just wanted to see you wave, Sonny.
But
wanted you to be friendly, you see. You're down in Texas.
if they can pull off a full point run here, they will be sitting really pretty, because only Kevin Lippy and his dog Buck have gotten full point runs in both their appearances in the horseback class. So anyone else who can do it will be right up there with them.
You make me idle and I'll get it. Those are good.
Best snack on the line. Or
Nice lift there from Pete.
Those are really good.
Got them moving almost right away. Little or no delay there. And they're off. A pretty good trot. Just needs to make sure he keeps them together.
Yeah, have a little hill bite in there. All right. Oh, Petey Pete. These cows are on a mission. I wonder if he can. You know, they tried to stop for a second.
He can do anything, so.
Anything. So this is your main man. You're all about Pete. All right. Amy Nelson is saying this is the dog to watch.
Is this your favorite dog?
Yeah.
So, and you got them turned. This could be a smoking fast run if he can control the trot. These cows are on a mission.
And Pete's a young dog, isn't he? He's a
I
nursery
believe
age.
he was a nursery dog. Is that right?
He's got a star next to his name.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah,
It's a nursery dog.
he's an open.
That means he's below 2 years old or 3? 3. 30 months. Every association is different. Sorry, folks.
I think this one is 30 months. If I'm remembering right.
All right, he can go down there and help his dog now. Assist, as they would say.
And they are going to just sail through. 2 minutes to already be through obstacle 2. That is the
Now the
fastest we have yet.
The question is, I think these cattle were on their way to the exhaust. Can Pete, the main man, pull them off the exhaust and run the course? Of course he can.
Amy is saying
Because I've got a tail in the
definitely
air.
can.
All right, we have redirected. Here we go.
I do like the way this dog works.
Yeah. He's nice, he's stylish, he's fast.
Who's he out of?
Where's our notebook?
Let me pull up his papers.
We got someone on it. We got our
She
best
likes
person
this
on
dog
it.
so much she keeps his papers on her phone, folks.
I just print.
I think she stalks this dog.
I do.
Who'd you breed to?
Sugar.
Sugar.
I mean, my pups are already all big. And
All right.
Your pups are what, sorry?
they're big, like they're older now.
Okay.
Pete is from a dog named Buck. And female named Eve. Goes back to Hills Tim.
Okay. That I do recognize.
Zeke on the bottom.
Yeah.
Tanya Zeke?
I mean,
Little more.
That's way back. Yeah, way back.
Look at there.
They are cruising. And look at this dog can work far away.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of presence. When he gets in, they get really trotty.
Mm-hmm.
But he can keep him way out. He follows his cattle through.
Beautiful.
As instructed.
I like the way it moves too. Just
Oh,
real
yeah.
smooth.
Very responsive. Did you not get him in the Calcutta?
I didn't get it.
Oh, so that's why Amy's talking him up.
What?
Not at this class.
Oh. Oh.
He bit first.
So she got him in the Calcutta in the open. So not in the horse class.
What's the Calcutta?
Last night we ate and
Yeah.
then they had an auction and then they did a Calcutta. So each person bid on the dogs, saying of who they thought would win, and then they make it to the short go, and then half the purse goes to the NCA and half the purse goes to the person that.
Oh, who bid on whom?
all.
She bid on Pete, but just not in the horse.
In the
it was all
open.
in the open, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it's only for the, it's not for the final, it's just for the,
For sure.
the round, the final round.
Oh.
That's not for the average.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know you guys were doing that.
We didn't either.
Yep. Were you not at dinner last night?
He went to dinner.
I went to dinner.
He retired early. Is that what they were saying, Canada?
I reposed. No, I don't know what they would say.
It is
Ken.
interesting to me how you go around the world and you go to Europe and you go to the toilet. And, you know, you just there's the lift and just the things that you're just a little northern on
The trolley,
Yeah, and
the schedule.
Was counting out his money last night at the auction and was complaining about this money.
Who, Milt?
Yeah.
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 Hey, you guys need to get some color in there.
That's what he was saying. Yeah. Y'all run the pound?
No, Canadian dollar.
Canadian dollar.
Yeah, but all our money is brightly colored, different denominations, so it's really, you can just see a $20 bill from a mile away and you know what it is. I have to like unfurl the money in the bottom of my bag. Be like, is this a 1 or 100 or a 20?
See, in America we can count, so we just look right at it in the corner.
We can see our money from 200 feet
We're not
away.
in kindergarten when it's color coded.
You guys have some ugly money. There's no doubt about it.
This is true, and we can't keep people from counterfeiting.
Yeah.
We just keep changing it.
Yeah.
We had some color in it there for a while, and then they quit it.
might be hard
your
to.
Notebook is on the. Here's our dogs right here.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about it.
Well, Sonny and Pete
Why don't you read off all Pete's awards?
are sitting pretty
okay.
good.
Yes, ma'am. Amy wants me to read y'all the story.
Get around.
Man,
I like this dog. I would get a pup from this dog.
there's probably some for sale coming up soon. Yeah, Amy probably could sell you one. She's keeping all of them. Sorry, Jordan.
Amy's keeping all of them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait 6 months. There'll be some for sale.
I want a 12-week-old.
Oh, okay. So she already sold some. Oh, he's not using the Macon Special.
No, he's using this Sunny Original.
Brown. Is this alphabetical? Okay, that makes sense. We're down here in Mahiran. Okay. Rogers. How did Rogers fall? Somebody. Well, I'm not going to say anything.
Having a bit of trouble here getting his cattle all into 5.
This is not alphabetical. There's Jordan. There's Husband. Okay. So, how long has he been using stock? Well,
Been using dogs for 27 years, Sonny has.
this is the wrong dog because that is going to be.
It'll be on the back, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. They don't care about Pete so much. They don't even have him in here. No. We have Sonny. We have Maui's Gym. That's going to be.
But I don't think you do
Dylan.
them by dog. You just do one for the handler, don't you?
Yeah, but there's like a list of awards.
Not for.
Maybe there's 2 pages in here.
Oh, maybe he's got a second page.
Oh, maybe there's a second page and they just put. Nope. They're not.
Well, Pete's
He was probably being modest.
Pete's awards can fit into 3 words apparently.
Pete is a nice orphan child. We love
Yeah.
him. And
Pete has.
Okay, go.
Here we go. Sonny has got his cattle loaded,
telling him to walk.
but he has lost a lot of his time.
Of course, he's down under.
He's down to under a
He
minute.
just needs to finish this obstacle here.
Yeah, that's the most he
Will.
can probably hope for at this point.
Yeah.
Just needs. Good thing Pete's got presence, so Pete's gonna keep those cattle from running. We've seen some cattle choose to run right over.
And yes.
There it
Come on,
is.
Come on. Got it. 30 points. He got his points.
Now, I don't think he's got too much hope of getting his
How did
pen.
he do yesterday? Where did he shake out yesterday?
in horseback, they had a full point run.
Let's take a. Well, whenever we propose this
He was
run,
15th coming into this round.
15th, so he's going to have a hard time getting into the short.
Yes. That said, if he can get his pen, if he can get his pen here,
he'll get it. He'll get it.
Come on.
And he's got it.
He's got it. Wow. At warp speed.
Warp speed. Time up. All
But
right.
he's got to be pretty happy to get his pen there.
I would think so.
I would like a dog that looks like Pete. Moves like Pete. We thought, yeah.
Just
Here's Dana. She's calling for her cattle.
He don't see you.
I think Alex just likes everybody to be friendly. He just likes everybody waving at him. We need to tell Jason and Jensen be a little nicer to him. Maybe wave at him, shake his hand. Jason and Jensen have done a phenomenal job on this course. This is a challenging course. And to do it in 10 minutes is impressive. They have, well, 3 very lengthy cross drives on this. You go from the pin to 1, which is about, I'd say about 100 yards.
150, 100?
Yeah, and then you come to 2, and you go back across the field, 150 to 2 on 3, and then up the field another 100 to 4, and then you have to cross drive all the way back over to from 5 to 6.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 decent-sized drives.
Decent-sized drives. So needless to say, your dog should be able to drive.
Yeah. Yeah, with speed but control.
Yeah.
Because you need to come to these obstacles with some kind of control, but you can't be fooling around.
This little dog right here is cool. He was at an American Invitational about a month ago, and he took second, and it was in a field this size. So this dog is one to be watched.
One of the nicest drivers we've actually seen. She's not really saying, she's not needing to flank this dog a lot. You know, we've seen a lot of people who have been just driving with big flank, lie down, big flank.
Let's see how this dog is bred.
This dog is holding a line, which, like, she's whistled maybe 2-3 times to this dog.
Yeah. 4 times.
A bit early on her come by, I would say, but I think she'll be okay. Yeah, this is a nice dog. One of the nicest drivers we've seen, I'd say. Is that a JR Red?
JR Red. She's been trialing 7 years. How long has she been using dogs? 40 years.
Wow. And what does it say on the back there?
There were some people that you helped get started. She helped Joni get started and Chris get started. That's something to be said.
Did they help her, or did she help them?
Who are some people
who helped you get started?
Helped you get started. Okay.
But I think of all the dogs we've seen, none has been as comfortable pushing straight in a line.
She was a reserve champion for the Heart 8 Invitational with this dog. This is a cool little dog, which is pretty untypical of a JR Red. Normally they have a little more hair. Usually they're tricolor. I would not have pictured this dog as a JR Red descendant because she's smaller, real catty. I don't know. Pretty cool.
Muscular little dog, though.
Yeah, interesting.
Love the way it just is leaning into its stock.
Yeah. If you want to see the epitome of a JR Red dog, look at David Henry's dogs. They're all JR Red dogs, and it's...
Well, I know Jolie and Marcel's dogs are also out of JR Red. Hero and Jock.
Okay, what's the black-faced dog?
That's the one that Marcel runs?
No,
well, she has Kiro. She has Kiro, and then Luke is Kiro's son. Okay. They're both out of JR Red.
Really?
Yeah.
Because, man, that black-faced one is cool.
Well, Kiro and Luke both look very similar. He stamps them. But I'd say the last two dogs have been my favorite. Maybe the two dogs I've liked the most from this whole trial.
Yeah. Because the two JR Reds I had were tries, and then there was one out of Poncho that was a try, and then all of David Henry's are tries. So this, but they didn't look anything like this.
Sure. When I was at James's trial over New Year's, Steve White thought that my dog was a JR.
Yeah, I would have thought. I could see that, yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
No relation, unfortunately.
Yeah, that try, there's not very many bloodlines that are just distinct on tries. And that bloodline doesn't.
This is a nice run. How are they sitting on time?
4 minutes, 35 seconds.
Oh, okay. So they're not crazy fast, but they're not slow.
So how many dogs do we have left?
We're not getting down there. We have I think about 8 more.
We're not getting out of here at 6.
Oh no. Not in any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
That is a pipe dream.
Yeah. 7. Totally dropped the ball on the clock.
Sorry about that.
Did you have me along?
I might
I was
have.
just talking away and Jordan had me muted.
Every time I hear you about to speak, I just hit that button.
Wonderful.
It's his show.
I got muted out of my own deal. Wonderful. I'm glad to be in here. I've been on the camera all week long. My wife's been running the camera or the computer, doing a great job.
Yeah, she has been. Both of you have. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah.
So I can't reference where we're at on time, but she seems to be doing fairly well.
We're coming up on 7 minutes.
7 minutes. She's a little behind.
They've
But-
had it under control the entire way.
Notice how she's also doing the same thing Kevin was doing.
Yep.
Slowing them down.
Yep. Now,
I like this.
are the kind of trials that she and Kevin would be in a lot? Do you have a lot of time with those trials, and it's about lines and quality, or?
Kevin and her both do just about everything, though. I mean, you'll see Kevin and Dana in arena trials to field trials to rodeers.
This is definitely how you'd probably want your cattle.
Look at that.
No, she doesn't want that yet.
Oh, they have to be loaded.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is probably how you'd want your cattle to be worked, but in a trial, I mean,
Right. So now,
does it need to go back in with the other two?
we'll find out, I guess, huh?
She's gonna lose this one at the back here, though.
You got a squirter.
But even up in Canada, we have a few horseback trials where guys will come and only run the horseback, and this is the way they work: real slow.
Yeah.
And they lose, but the work is beautiful.
They lose.
They don't win because someone will show up and just ram jam everything through. But if you had to pick someone to come work your cattle, you know who it would be.
Yeah. You know who this dog reminds me of, Amy? Is that James Butler's Gene. Or Glenn. Glenn, yeah.
I feel good for it.
Yeah, very much. Except for that water. The dogs have fish. Yeah, it looks a lot like Glenn. That's whenever I see it move, it looks a lot like Glenn.
Did Pete run in nursery open and horseback?
Again, they have a very eager heifer here.
That's a shame because she's done everything right to keep this group of cattle calm. But it almost makes you wonder if they had a certain amount of time they were willing to go along with things.
Yeah, they just played the part. These heifers, they had it out for her when they left the pen back there. How would they say it was a rouge? Yeah, because now they're wanting to go to separate directions.
Yeah, they've rebelled. They've decided that
it's an insurrection.
Yeah, it's a mutiny here. Mutiny here at NRC Center. We have an all-out revolution happening. It's a shame because it was such a calm, clean, really nicely handled, really nice-looking horse too.
Oh yeah, she's got a very nice horse. Probably one of the best riders out here.
I believe it. Even the way she was moving them with the side of it.
Oh.
She was moving.
Did she get anything for loading? Nothing for loading. Even an E for effort.
She gets a firm and appreciative applause.
Yeah.
Well handled. Great looking horse.
Sorry, the judge is hangry. And Alice next. Is that?
Todd, Jessen, and Alice allegedly are next.
Okay.
We've been fooled by Todd before.
This is true.
Full time, I'm sorry, of 10 minutes and a score of 120 points. Up next is Todd
What is our
and
comments?
Alice, Keith, Gillian, and Clancy in the hole.
Clancy. That's a good mule name.
Okay. Upon that. Yeah.
He'll find it. I guarantee you, Jordan will find it. Are we muted, Jordan? Did you mute me again?
No, you're not muted.
All right, good. I will not be silenced.
Free speech is in full effect here.
You're an American, Jordan.
Which amendment is that? The first? Is it the first?
The First Amendment.
The right to bear speech.
Go back to the washroom.
To form a well-organized speech militia.
Merging two there.
Yeah, you did merge 1 and 2.
One nation under speech. I think that's how it goes.
I don't think so. It's under God, but whatever.
Yep.
America. We're in America now.
America.
Gotta learn to speak.
If y'all are enjoying this live feed, go check us out on Facebook.
Yeah.
Give us a like. We're glad to be here.
We're here all week. Try the Salisbury steak.
Well, we didn't have any. We had catfish.
We had catfish. Try the catfish.
We had a lot left over because you left early.
Well, I thought the cocktail sauce was barbecue sauce. So that was my first mistake.
What did you put it on?
What would you have put barbecue sauce on anyway?
Oh, I would have put it on that catfish for sure.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That was good catfish.
It was good. So you don't put... you would put the tartar sauce on the...
I'd put barbecue sauce on anything.
Anything.
Anything
okay.
the law allows.
Okay. I think in America, that's anything.
Yeah. Well,
it's
there
a free
we go.
country.
There we go. I think that's the 5th amendment.
Barbecue on everything.
Right to bear barbecue sauce. All right. We are up with Todd. We think.
This is Todd. This is Alice. She's a cool dog. Trevor normally runs this dog and does a phenomenal job.
And Alice is also nursery aged.
Yes, she's young. Yeah, she's real young.
There's a lot of nursery dogs in this horseback class now that I think of it. Probably well over half.
I think they're treating it kind of at the ranch. They'll kind of run. They'll give that young dog a lot of experience.
Speaking of which, I think I paid for an entry in the horseback class. I should probably ask for that refund. It was full, so I didn't get in.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You were on the waiting list.
Yeah. Deep on
Did
the
you want
waiting
to be
list.
deep?
That was, they
Deep
need to,
call it deep. Deep call it to deep.
yeah, that was deep bench for this activity.
They didn't let you play. I'm
Nope.
in America. Everybody gets to participate.
I only have one dog. I had 2 runs unless I made it into the open finals, and I couldn't get into the horseback.
They said he's
But it's nice to see some people have 2 dogs in the horseback class. That's it's nice. It's nice that someone like Todd or James gets a few runs.
There's no equality in this one, is there?
You don't want to see them sitting
Why
idle.
does Todd have 3 dogs in this and I didn't get my 1? It was Jason's fault.
Oh man.
No participation.
No.
Participation.
Where's that
here,
amendment?
Man. Yeah.
Where's my senator?
You might need to put in. You might need to make a motion.
Yeah. I'm writing to my senator tonight. This is gonna be tricky for Todd and Alice. He's got one heifer just kind of looking for an exit all along the set out, and Alice seems to say to hell with that heifer. She looks like she's got issues.
So we're gonna have to find that button there for you.
Alice is saying to with this heifer, this heifer can go itself. That's a cool button. I didn't know that was there.
That's my Jordan button now.
Wow, that is gonna be hard to not
Jordan
abuse.
found the mute button or the cursing button.
Yeah, that is great.
It was a slander.
Yeah. No, this is gonna be tough for Alice because she's kind of been avoiding that one, but Todd did a nice job there getting her to go back and collect it. Let's see what kind of drive we can get here. This is looking pretty good now. That said, they have used up 2 minutes of their time. Not yet at obstacle 3. We've seen people get to obstacle 2 at around the 2-minute mark, and they didn't even finish.
So right now we have a 210 with Kevin Lippy, and then we have Dwayne Hurleman, Gina Buckley, and Sonny Mahiran at 180.
So 3-way.
And we're only taking how many back?
7 or 8, I think,
7,
are going
okay.
to the finals.
All right. So we've got a little.
Although I am on the waiting list, so maybe they'll slip me into the finals.
To the finals? You didn't run a dog in this, but we're going to allow you to walk, being that you don't ride.
Yeah. I can sit on a horse.
That's about all they have to do in this one.
I can sit on a horse and I can hold on while it moves. So.
I did it once at Walmart. Surely I can do it here.
I've paid my quarter. This is looking good though.
He's got a little. This last set of, but see, they're looking at that exhaust.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have to be able to pull them off, and they're doing it well.
Yep. They need to make up every second they can, and I think Todd kind of knows it.
Oh.
This is a nice dog here as well. I like the way it snaps into.
Yeah. This is a JJ dog.
Okay. Who's
This dog got a
JJ?
JJ. It's one of those nice dogs back there. I don't know what was a JJ, Amy, do you know? Amy doesn't know. She only knows Pete.
I only know Pete.
Pete. For Pete's sakes.
Pete Craig. 2 days.
And Crack? Craig. Oh, yes. I like Craig. Do you know Craig's story? Yeah, but did you hear how Sonny acquired him?
Shorty.
Yeah, how Shorty acquired him?
I don't exactly know.
Wow.
I'll verify it.
Please, because I asked Joni last night if it was true, and she said she'd find out. But I haven't heard from her today, so I thought I'd ask you.
They are making up. They are making up for lost time. These are some of the fastest drives we've seen, and the 2 minutes they lost at the lift have almost been erased. Now that said, it only puts them back in a position where they have no room for error going forward.
Yeah, this is where Kevin Lippy was coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And don't count Todd out in the field. He is a hand in the field.
Well, I definitely say, I thought Dana and Taz showed the nicest drives unassisted.
Oh, yeah.
But Todd and this dog, Alice, are getting the drive the fastest.
They have a really nice pace going. They're pacing their cattle. They're not overstressing them. They're not trotting off.
They're not artificially shutting them down over and over again,
Correct.
which maybe is what led to the rebellion.
This is true.
Yeah.
The insurrection they had at 5.
The Great Mutiny of 2022.
The Battle of 5.
Just gonna really nicely done there, and Todd is trotting and dancing.
He's moving along. Now let's see if he starts overflanking her, and he is.
I think he might be worried though that he thinks his cattle are gonna take off.
You're going downhill, and sometimes these cattle they feel the, hey man, I like this, and they'll just take off.
Right. Yeah, I think you could be onto something. They do look like they're kind of keen to head home.
Because the last 3 handlers has kind of overflanked, kind of shut them down.
Right.
It's like, hey guys, you're going to go at our pace. Think I need to utilize the water sponsors.
Okay, washroom. Brandon has told me he's going to the washroom.
Washroom!
He's starting to speak English now. He's getting up on the... With that said, though, Todd has a bit of trouble with his last heifer. She saw an opening to avoid joining her comrades, and she took it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Todd has had a bit of trouble here and does not have much time to spare. I mean, ever since we saw Kevin do it, it's not fatal if you don't get out of here until 8.5 minutes, but that was pretty miraculous. I think you probably want to give yourself at least 2 minutes.
All right. The Battle of 5 continues. Huh?
All right, he's got his first one coming out the bottom here.
The one thing these cattle have going is they stay a little tighter than Dana's did. Now, He's
This
gonna
is a good
ride-
strategy. We've seen this tried
There it
before.
is. He got it.
He's got
Good
it.
job.
But now he needs to motor just over a minute.
Motor. I like to move it.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
You've got to get going. Listen to me here. We've got to get to obstacle 6 now.
They're a little strung out here. Opposite seats. They need to go to the same
They
seat.
need to go to obstacle 6 now. There's no moment to waste.
Do not stop, go.
Do not collect $200.
Just get there now.
Things are falling off the rails here. This is the late Friday evening show. Apologies to all 47 of you watching right now.
All 47 of you. And the ones that are going to watch after.
He's got just about 20 seconds.
The judge said y'all are wishing us we'd shut up. That wasn't very nice. Just brought him a water. Okay.
Look at that. He could still. He's got seconds. He's gonna get it.
All right. He got his pin, and he's gonna time out.
He'll be happy with that though. To get those last 30 points is really key.
Up next is Keith, Gillian, and Clancy. This is one to beat horseback. He said that's a lot of stuff to get done in 10 minutes.
Yep.
It is leaning. Smile.
Up next is Keith and Clancy, Dwayne Hurlman and Sid are after that.
Todd felt our judge wasn't smiling enough over here, so he's...
What's that?
I said Todd thought our judge wasn't smiling enough. Union Hill. Am I muted?
Nope.
All right. Union Hill are one of our title sponsors here. Actually, the title sponsor. We want to thank them for making this possible for us up here on the hill. And Mud Creek Ranch. It's kind of hard to see with the brightness we got going here, but we want to thank all our sponsors. High Roller, man. James and Verona have gone over and beyond to make this happen. She's about 75% responsible for every sponsor we've got. Just has done a phenomenal job. She got all her water sponsors. We've had water here for all the handlers all week long. Just a really, really good time. JB Water Wells. This is John Stoudemire. He's a novice handler. We want to thank all our sponsors for all they've done to make this possible. So if you see them, look them up on Facebook. Give them a thank you for bringing this live feed to you, this trial, the payout, all this to you this week. You've seen both Chris Timmons and Joni Titchen running throughout the week. Thank you for y'all's sponsorship. Holler nobody. Well, now Keith's going into this course with the wrong mindset. He's already wanting partial points.
It's already negotiating.
He's already negotiating with the judge.
We didn't see any money exchange hands.
There was no money that I could see, but
Yeah.
you know that Bitcoin's getting around.
Yep,
They
yep.
may have done a Bitcoin deal.
Who knows what promises were just made? What sweet
Maybe
nothings were whispered?
I saw some colorful. So maybe they had some Canadian money.
Well, it won't be worth very much, unfortunately.
Maybe they've got a trip coming up.
Could be. Maybe a Tim Hortons gift card.
There you go.
That's a joke for the Canadians at home. And his dog is away. Clancy is going on the come-by side. Coming in a bit tight, but might cast himself out once he sees where his cattle are.
Don't count Clancy out. Clancy is a hand. If Keith and Clancy show up to a horseback event, they are going to be competing. People are watching when they show up. He's got Clancy and Gus, and they are tough to beat. This is the second time. I don't know. We'd be hearing dogs. Arr, arr, arr. I don't know. Look at those kind of skunks up in Canada.
Oh yeah. They are off to a great start. They're only a minute in, and they're well on their way to obstacle
I'm just not
one.
paranoid after smelling this skunk.
Cattle are moving nice and fast. That's the speed you're going to want for a lot of this course. Got the nice time to come by there. Put his cattle right through. Just needs to worry about the away. Just needs to worry about the away. Not tight enough. Not tight enough.
That was that partial points he was talking about. Oh no, he's going to go back for it.
Fortunately, they did not have some kind of agreement with the judge.
No,
they only need 2 out of 3.
Go back. Well, he knew Jerry was up here. Jerry can't be bought off. Jerry's a stickler.
He's incorruptible.
Incorruptible. Jason's got to drive home tonight, so he might have taken a bribe, but Jerry is staying on the premises, so I don't think Jerry can be bought.
Alright, he's going to move in to help Clancy get obstacle 2. They have lots of time, but we've seen it a million times. This course will shatter your dreams in an instant.
I've actually only seen it 15. Not a million. I've only seen it 15 times.
I've said it a million times.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
We got the grammar police in the house here now. Maybe she is upset that the puns have run dry. But yeah, this is a course where you got a motor every moment you have, and you're not too worried about. Oh.
Todd.
So the judge has let Keith know that he does not need to put this heifer back through.
So these heifers are donated to us by Jessen Cow Dogs and Cattle, and they're about to be bred, and they will be available coming this fall. They're bred to the Beaver Bulls, to a Beaver Bull, which is one of our sponsors, and you won't find a more gentle set of heifers, commercial heifers you can find. They'll be ran through multiple dog trials, and will just be dog gentle. I went and made a sale video for him last year. Actually, you saw part of that video, and we put a GoPro in a trailer and just walked them straight through with one horse, one dog. It was 150 head of cattle. They're gentle.
And they'll be bred to calve February 15th?
Something like that, yeah. Last year it kind of strung out. There were calves ready for like February, March, and April. But this year I think he's wanting all at the same time. But give him a call at Jessen's Cow Dog and Cattle up in Ardmore, Oklahoma, and they do a phenomenal job with these cattle. I don't think we could have found a more even, fair set of cattle anywhere else.
I've never run on nicer cattle.
Yeah, Todd and Jake do a really good job with this.
And consistent as well. Not really seeing any groups that come out and you go, what the hell is up with that? What the is up with that heifer? That heifer is and
sorry,
I don't like her.
Jordan's found the button.
And hopefully Keith remembers to go through his obstacle.
He did, yes.
Or else there's going to be a lot of cursing.
A lot of cursing, yeah.
For those watching at home, there is no alcohol in the judging area. I promise you that. Just bottled water. Just High Roller.
Donated by High Roller Group and all the other sponsors, brought to you. We'll try to find a picture of that and bring those to you. A lot of good people have donated so we can be hydrated this week.
We are
What's
told
that guy?
it's
You can
just
put a
water.
cracker on it. Stay hydrated. Have you seen that, the Cajun? Oh my goodness. He beats on everything. You can put a cracker on it, dude. And while we wait, we hydrate. That's what he says.
Well, we're just going up, moving right along. We're coming up on 4 minutes, and Keith is running low on time. I wouldn't have thought
slow.
it. From the way things started, I would have thought.
You know,
They
when
were
you
gonna
turn these
go
cattle
short.
and you start heading back uphill, they do slow down. I think that may be why people are having to slow them down.
And his, his last run, we thought, boy, he's going too slow. He's not going to have time. And then he pulled out a full pointer.
Let's see where he was yesterday.
And he's missed one of his cattle
Whoa, we
on
had
the far side of
we had
obstacle
15 full runs yesterday, so this is gonna be a shooting match. And
It might come down to timelines, to be honest.
so Clancy, they're way behind because Clancy and Keith only put up 80 points yesterday.
Oh,
so they're needing.
They're
They're in dire need of some speed here.
I don't think they have any shot with that score.
Well, now we want to be optimistic here, Jordan.
I think they are definitely they are out of luck here. No, they're having a nice run, but with 80 in round one, that is.
Yeah, no, there's no way
That
with
puts-
6.
no.
You're only bringing 7 back, and you got 20 full runs.
We've already had multiple people who had 100 full point runs on day one, and then ended up with 180, 160, 150.
Yeah.
So there's just no way. You know.
Let me make, that's the horseback last. Yeah, 16 full runs. So this will come down to time as to.
And well,
I'm quite honest.
whoever.
It might come down to timelines on it.
Yeah, I think it'll be timelines on a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have multiple 180s right now. Let me look back here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3 180s with that 210. Kevin Lippy still got that 210, but
And then multiple 150s, and
yeah.
the 150s are from people who had full point runs. So
Correct. And
he's
then some-
already well out of contention here.
Yeah. So
Not to take any of the suspense or excitement out of this run, but
yeah, we got the Debbie Downer over here. Just sorry, sorry Clancy.
just being pragmatic, just calling it like it is.
Realistic
That's
here.
what my listeners have come to expect. The real talk,
The real talk of Jordan.
the real talk, no frills, fair and balanced. That's how I operate.
My listeners. Now he's got listeners, folks.
There are tens of them. Tens of them.
Tens of them.
Already talking about a book deal.
This power is going to his head, folks. He said he came to America after the high roller, and I kept seeing pictures in America. I asked him the other day, I said, Jordan, did you ever go back to Canada? He said, for one weekend.
You did not go back to Canada?
Oh, I did.
Oh, for a weekend?
But I don't want to. He's got such a nice story going here.
It didn't look like it.
I don't wanna-
Because I would see pictures of, like, everywhere. Like,
Oh yeah, lots to see. Lots to see. I don't mind
Shower
putting up
color.
with the ugly money.
he said, I'll spend your money, too.
Uh-oh. Needed his dog to come in. That's where
Clancy.
That's where a sheepdog shed command, that'll do. Call your dog in. Can sometimes come in handy.
He's got 30 seconds to complete this.
It's gonna be really tough.
I think Clancy and Keith are gonna.
Yeah.
Whoa!
We got another rebellion
Another
here.
rebellion. It's the Battle of 5.
The second battle of 5.
Of their demise.
Yeah, and it will be the end of this story. Still, some really nice
Saga.
work. Nice work, but not to be this time around.
8, 9, time.
Time.
I think Dwayne Hurleman and Sid are next up. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dwayne Hurleman and Sid. This is a pretty good team here. Let's see what they did yesterday. Dwayne Hurleman
I
and
can tell you the update right now.
you can update me right now.
There's 4 scores at 390, and there's 1 at 420.
Where do you have that from?
My husband's a math wizard.
The Wizard. Ryan the Wizard.
He's just sent it.
Wow. So what? Who are they?
Do you want to know him too?
Yeah, I want to know them too.
All right, tell Ryan. I'll tell you.
Ryan, we want to know. We want the Wizard to put a pencil to it and tell us who are these people and what who's already in the finals for tomorrow.
We was waiting to see what you call.
Yeah,
on
what'd you
5.
call on that?
The first one?
On 5.
Yeah.
Nothing? Okay.
We want to. Am I muted?
Yeah, no, the first one was X.
We want to thank Nut 5 or N5 Nut from Center last night. They drove all the way from Center and they fed us. Now Jerry, our judge, he paid for it, but N5 drove all the way from Center, Texas, to with great hospitality, and they fed us. Man, I ate so much catfish last night. And a boy from West Texas doesn't get very much catfish. So I want to thank N5 and Jerry, our judge. That's actually Rock Creek Ranch. Let me see if I can find his logo over here. Rock Creek Ranch. If you're looking for some good whitetail, some good fish, and they've been pulling some crazy fish out of Rayburn. I wish I had some pictures I could show you. But if you're looking for a good hunt, hit up Rock Creek Ranch, and they'll do you right. That sun's coming in kind of.
It's getting hot.
Getting hot in here.
Looking a little hazy.
Getting hot.
It does look hazy, doesn't it?
It's getting hot in Texas.
Hot? What?
Horse, Dwayne, and dog are ready.
You jinxed today, Dwayne. You better watch it. You don't get bucked off out of it.
There's potential. A little 30-second break here.
A little siesta.
A siesta. They have those up in Canada? Siestas?
No, we're hardworking people. We don't take siestas.
Ah. Well, sorry for all our Latin folks out there. We just offended. He's a Canadian. We do apologize.
I mean, relative to you Americans taking your
we
breaks.
We don't have siestas.
You're taking breaks all the time.
Oh my, that's union workers.
Yeah.
You know, unions out in Texas.
Up in Canada, we take no breaks.
They barely go to work.
We just work. We work from
sun up to sun down.
In the winter, the sun doesn't set in northern Canada. We work the whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Well, the dogs have made a liar out of him.
Yeah.
The sun has gone to his head.
Here goes Sid up on the away side.
We may need to put that indie filter down. There we go. Washed out there.
Okay, so Ryan just sent his update. All of the remaining dogs that are running had full scores yesterday and can make the finals.
Ooh, so this is a foot race.
This is a foot race.
All right, thank you, Wizard.
You did the math.
He's done the math. He's put a pencil to it.
We've got
and we still have a race, folks.
The graphing calculator was out.
Yeah, we won't put no names. We just will let you know that
every dog
still has a chance. So I guess you could assume that some of the dogs that have already ran will not be running in the finals, is what that tells you. It's kind of like a game of Clue here. But
some of the dogs that have run today will be in the finals. Some may not be in the finals. That's really all the clues
That's all we can give you at this time.
That is the inside information.
You make finals.
Yeah.
Not every dog you saw will be in the final.
7, I believe. 40%, yeah. So being that he's a math wizard,
40%.
tell him to tell us how many.
I don't know if we needed math to tell us that of the 15 dogs that have run, not all will be in the top 8.
Well, being that we have some Canadian folks here, we did not color code our sheep, so they may have trouble with this.
All right, Dwayne.
All in good fun. Thank y'all for listening.
Dwayne is making up for lost time. He had a full point run earlier today, and due to a technicality, lost 30 points.
He did, yes.
So I think he's probably coming out here with a fire in his eyes.
This horse he's riding is fancy. I don't know if it was Austin Adams or Andrew Schilke, but this horse can cut. This is a fancy horse. He bought this horse off of Andrew, which I think won the nursery this morning.
The nursery day.
Yeah. So there's some cowboys here. You know, the wizard we're talking about, he's a horse trainer. Matthew 22?
Oh no, we don't train.
The thing
No,
is,
they don't
though,
train.
we've
but
seen
you have a stud. Is that correct?
We've seen with a
Matthew,
few
what is it,
runs
Matthew?
though. There were a few runs
Tell me the
where
name, the stud.
Matthew
a really good
Matthew
horse,
22. If you're looking
horse
for a
rider.
good stud, Matthew 22. Look up Amy Nelson and Ryan Nelson. They're in Missouri. I don't know if you want to go to the Missouri State, but there's a good horse over there that I know of.
We have seen a few runs though where the horse has been a liability.
Oh yeah.
Not because it wasn't really good or the rider wasn't really skilled, but these cattle move so nice off a dog that sometimes folks have been getting in the mindset of, oh, well, I'll use my horse because I'm here.
Right.
And it's taking their runs off the rails.
Yep. Nope, you're right.
Yeah. But
You're right.
That being said, like even we just saw it right there. He gave a little bit of jazz to his horse, and his cattle jumped forward 3 steps.
They didn't like that jazz.
No, they didn't like that jazz.
No.
Not all about that jazz.
No.
40% of the runs today is 8.4. You guys do the math. Just saying.
Well, 0.4 doesn't get you to 9, so I would say
Gets you
8.
to 8.
Yeah. So 8 dogs.
We were thinking
Clancy probably still won't make it.
Clancy, no, there's no mathematical. I don't need a mathematician.
You don't need a color chart for that one?
It's actually looking like anything less than 350, 360 is probably not enough.
You're a wizard too, eh?
No, just up in Canada, we all might seem like wizards, but that's
Hey, I've got to give it to Jordan. He's witty. He can come up with some stuff.
I know our intellect is astounding. I'm just average. I'm an average Canadian.
You should see the rest of us.
You should see the smart Canadian.
Man. Yeah. Okay.
Brandon is having a conversation with the wall.
Thank you.
Can't tell.
Thank you.
We're just thanking everybody, so he's
For
thanking.
removing Brandon.
All right. So here we've got Dwayne. He's had a really nice run so far. He is under 5 minutes and getting to obstacle 4. Things are looking real orderly, real quiet, real nice. Look at that. Just gonna walk his cattle in. And he's gonna turn them around and head to 5. He has given himself tons of time. Dwayne has been on fire today in the horseback class. If he didn't have that little mix-up with the rule on obstacle 3 in his first run, he'd already be sitting comfortably in the finals with his first dog. He can still make it with his first dog. In fact, he probably will.
All right, Jordan. Can I get you to run
Sure.
for a second?
I'm going to show off my versatility by taking a second job. I will be back, maybe not, we'll see.
The judge just thought he was getting rid of me. Now Jordan's got to go run the camera. Lincoln, is Verona?
Oh, gosh.
Verona's running the camera? Man, Jordan is coming back. Jerry Rock Creek Ranch just thought they were getting rid of us.
I gave it my best shot, but I was fired.
He was fired before he got
I
hired.
had a brief tenure.
So he just came through 5 at 6:19.
This is the fastest time we've seen.
And he has got the.
He's heading in.
Dwayne has been cooking with gas.
I'm not a betting man, but I'm going to say he's going to get a 210.
Well, I mean, something would have to go really wrong.
Okay.
But no one has given themselves anywhere close to this amount of time. And he's got a mission to prove after robbing himself of 30 points on his last run. And Dwayne has come in really, really strong in the horseback class here. And I think he's going to get his pen points right now. 7 minutes and 10 seconds, by far the fastest time we have seen. Look, he's doing spins on his horse. This is a clinic, this run. He's got his one heifer out the bottom, just gonna stop the last two. Good move to get his dog in play. Look at that. He's got him lined up. No. And he's done it.
He did it.
7:38. That is
very good.
That is 1 or 2 minutes faster than the next time.
Very good.
That is a beautiful, beautiful run. That's one to watch over and over again. That was a really epic run.
And Sid, and we have a time of 7 minutes.
That is an emphatic. No, we're not muted. I would never mute you. That is an emphatic exclamation point.
That was very good.
Punching his ticket to the finals in dominant fashion. No one has been that dominant yet on this course.
Oh, my husband said he's heading out to do chores, so no more math.
No more math.
Can you get your husband to tell us
Thanks, man.
what percentage faster he was?
When he comes back, he will.
That was a 19.3% improvement.
Up next is James and Pete, David, Henry, and Buck.
How can you see?
In the hole.
And here comes James and Pete. They've got big shoes to fill after Dwayne and Sid put on an absolute clinic with that last run. Dwayne and Sid look like they're in a different class after that run.
That was a good run.
Yeah, that was something else. Here comes James with Pete, the second Pete we've seen. But the most red Pete we've seen.
Desiree says she must live in the wrong area because it's already dark where she's at.
Yeah. Where she live?
Montana, it says.
Really?
MT.
But it'll
Lisa says cheers. There must be whiskey being sold.
No, there's been no alcohol. I'm sorry to say. Keep waiting.
What is
this is tricky for James. Already he's got one heifer off on her own little adventure. Oh, this could be a tough set. He's done a pretty good job getting her off the set out, but she looks like she has her own.
Very safe.
We have to refresh the chat here, I guess.
Yeah.
Here I was thinking no one was chatting to us.
This is not right here. It's Dwayne and this is
Oh wow, there's lots of chat we've been missing.
yeah. Is this Dolly?
No.
So my names were not in order. They changed it up onto this. Okay, sorry folks.
All right, well James has done a nice job. He did not have an easy set. Well before his dog ever could be said to have been responsible for much of what the heifers were up to. He had a tough group, and he's handled them really nice. And how are we sitting on time for James here?
He is at 1 minute 30 seconds.
Holy cow, James has come in with a vengeance.
Hey, this is a good dog. Pete is a...
James is a good handler.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He knows how to win. Holy cow. And he is flying.
He's flying.
Poor Dwayne just finally showed everyone that this course can be done with speed. And
Hey, there's still the battle of 5, though.
James said, "Hold my beer."
Who's drinking whiskey now?
I didn't realize we had all of this chit chat.
Some chit chat going on here.
Okay. Not too much. We didn't miss too much. There must be whiskey beans. If only. Call somebody and tell them Brendan and I need some whiskey here. We will work from whiskey.
Jordan needs a whiskey sponsor.
Yeah. Where's Jack Daniels?
Tell him.
Jack Daniels should sponsor the finals, but just the announcers.
Todd Justin has noticed there's a crooked panel out there, and he keeps telling the judge, and it's become a game between them.
Well, as long as the panel is crooked and not the judge.
We'll keep it there classy there, Dan.
Just for everyone listening, it's the panel that is crooked, not the judge. The judge is straight as an arrow. He does not accept bribes. People have tried. No, I'm joking. No one's tried. But no, James is cooking with gas. He's not had the easiest set of heifers, and he's handled them really nice with Pete. They sailed through their first few obstacles. They're looking nice and lined up for obstacle 3. Just needs to watch the left side here, and he's done it. Now the trick is, again, with this obstacle, you have to ride through it. If you don't, you lose your points for this obstacle.
He's got it.
He is a law-abiding...
He's a rule follower.
Yep. This one heifer, I think that might be the same heifer that from the word go just wanted to kind of run.
I think there's a lot of them. Because I don't think any heifers have been ran twice today. I don't think we've had any reruns.
No, but I mean, at the start of his run, he had one heifer before he even sent his dog. Almost.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
Yeah. Oh, how dare you?
I do apologize.
Well, apology not accepted.
Man.
We're enemies now.
How much one apologize in Canada? 51 viewers now.
Wow, look at that. We're getting popular.
I'm gonna have to write a book now too.
Yep.
Verona had like 60 something.
We did. I will say, yesterday in Open, I had 89 at one point. So, not that it's a competition, but I am winning.
Jerry says we probably had 100 followers till we started talking. This is called commentating, Jerry. We have to say something, right?
Yeah.
We're not near as good as Steve White.
No, Steve is a master. But
Barry says this has been the best finals. Definitely the best finals, and we've made it entertaining.
It has been a really well organized trial. I don't think I've been to a better organized event, cattle or sheep. Just real smooth, great people. The cattle obviously being incredible helps. And again, reminder that these cattle are going to be for sale in the fall. They're going to be bred in the fall to calve in February of next year.
To the Beaver Bulls, we'll show their ad up here in a bit. They have just really good red Angus.
I almost am tempted to buy 3 for myself and take them to every trial I go to.
Can I hear my own cattle? Please?
I've brought my own cattle for my runs, please.
And my cattle?
Yeah.
I'm just put them in the trunk of my car.
Just put them in a separate pen back there. When I come out to the post, let them out, and I'll know if they're not mine.
I'll know because they're red.
Yeah, I bought them for trialing.
It should be an equal opportunity.
Could you imagine you brought your own cattle? Everyone got to bring 3 cattle, and that's the ones you ran on?
Man, it would definitely change the game.
Yes, it would be a very
Somebody shows up with some dairy.
What kind of dog?
Holstein up there.
How good is your dog? Don't worry about the dog. You should see my cat. I've trained them to go through any obstacle.
We've done every obstacle you can.
I can show them a map at the start of my run, and they go through it every time. Don't even need a dog.
Jerry. Not me.
This has been a really, really nice run from James, though, in all seriousness.
Did he get that?
He did.
He did? I thought he did. One shot out the back.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so he didn't have the cattle pinned before he started the sort. Is that what we're saying?
Unfortunately.
Okay.
How is he on time, Amy?
He's at 7 minutes.
Okay, so he's still got tons of time. Tons of time. Some people haven't even got to 5 in under 8 minutes.
We got this run where it's all messed up. So.
Just needs to push this last one through. There we go.
There he is.
Now he needs one out the top,
Who's
2 out the bottom. He's got his 1 out the top.
Okay.
Now he just needs to put these last 2. Make sure that Pete doesn't get run over. We've seen a few people accidentally push the cattle back over their dog. And James is going to get this for real this time. No
Good
jokes.
job. With about, 2 minutes to spare?
We are at 7:51.
7:51.
He's still got
I think he's going to get it, folks.
I think he will too.
It won't be another 2:10 coming up.
It won't be a miracle run like Dwayne's 7:50 or whatever the heck it was.
But all he needs is a full run.
Yeah, that's all he needs to get to the
This will
finals.
be the third full run, so if he gets a full run, he's in.
But I'm just thinking in terms of the finals.
Yeah.
Dwayne has really given
do they
himself.
even out, or do they take points in?
I think they take their points in time to the finals.
Jerry, how does that go in the finals? Do they take their points to the finals or clean slate? They take
Points
their
and time do carry over to the finals.
Yes, it will matter then.
But Dwayne has really given himself a nice opportunity. He earned it though. Having a little trouble here. This has not been an obstacle we've seen a lot of difficulty with, but his cattle
These
are
cattle
done.
know where the exhaust is.
Yeah.
And I think they want to go to the exhaust rather than.
I think you're right.
They're eyeballing that. There we go. Okay, we've got them. Oh, we got one. If he
One
can hold
independent
it,
thinker.
Maybe. Oh wait, she wants to go to that exhaust. She is looking at it. Oh no, you got another one. Look, James, another one. No, wrong.
Not out yet.
Oh.
She's not out.
Okay, she hadn't dirtied. Oh, the other side.
But she's not happy.
Man, this is not an ideal situation for a minute. What, about a minute left?
If he
What
can
we got
fix
on time?
this.
Oh, she does not want to go in there.
She went the other way. Now he's got to.
They're dirty. Now he's got to redo it.
Or is he just going to take his 2?
Can he do that? Or can they go in any hole? They have to go in this hole. I think he thinks he's got it.
Does he really?
Yeah, he thinks he's got it. Oh, okay. Okay.
They
so
can?
then they're not dirty.
Okay, so the judge is telling us they can go in through any hole. But he needs to stop.
No. No, they're going to dirty. Man.
So we think he needs to now start over again.
What's he doing?
I don't think. I'm not sure he realized that he needed to start over.
Did that one not? That one may not have gone all the way out.
He could, but either way. So a near perfect run there for
That
James,
one
but
may not have ever went out. I don't. From here, could you tell? Okay.
yeah. So the judge is saying that did.
On the score, what did he get? 30. No, I'm sorry. 20.
He got 20 on his sort there.
Okay.
So just shy of a full point run. That said, that will be more than enough to get him to the finals if he had a full point run.
I think so.
See, when we judge it, you can't.
That is still the 3rd best run we've seen this round.
But you guys are doing it this way.
Y'all calling it the other way, but I mean.
It's just we don't want to make that call since you guys.
So I waited for you.
Dwayne Hurlman, Stock Dogs. He is the one that just put up that blazing fast run. Thank you for your sponsorship. Got Frio Fencing, Ward Animal. Thank you. There's Rock Creek Ranch. Thank you for dinner last night. Thank you for judging, for volunteering your time to be here.
What's that?
Beaver bulls. Beaver bulls. These are the bulls that will be bred to these heifers to calve in February, and it'll be
The
way that come back in, he had it short at 9:55.
we muted. We should. So that'll be a 2:10 run at 9:55.
Pete got a time of 9 minutes 55 seconds and a score of 210 points.
No second. We just call it. That's right. We just call it. David Henry and Buck are up next, all the way from Virginia. Running some JR dogs here. This is Buck. Buck has been having a pretty good week. I think this is a nursery dog as well.
Yeah, it sure is.
And Buck, yesterday in this class, full run. All right. So we're fixing to run our dog.
Okay. So Buck is ready for his cattle. He has given them the wave. Let's see what he's going to be working with. We kind of knew right from the moment James's cattle came out that he had a tough group, and he still managed to pull off a full point run by the skin of his teeth. That was a tight one.
That was a tough one.
Yep. Especially it was going so well up into that last obstacle.
Yeah.
Now, has David sent his dog? Yes, he has. His dog is on the come-by side. Nice looking outrun here. Really fast, but wide, not too wide. And he's got one heifer kind of investigating the set out again, but not as aggressively as James's was. And Ian Stringer says, morning from Australia. Wow.
There we go.
Good morning.
Morning. We're about to go to bed, Ian.
And Annie Forkel says, hello, Amy Nelson. I don't know who Amy is, but hello.
What are you talking about here?
Just Annie Forkel.
That's my aunt.
Oh.
Hi, honey.
Amy says hi back. And a really good start to David's run here. His cattle are making a beeline straight for obstacle 1, and he's less than a minute into his run. Got things really nicely lined up here. Oh, I take that back. He narrowly missed them on the right-hand side. Looked so good. And yet, it went so wrong. But not hard to fix this, especially with how much time David is sitting on. The problem is he didn't get a wide enough flank from Buck there to fix things as quickly as he could have. Needed a nice wide flank. go. Still sitting really nice on time. Just 90 seconds into his run.
Okay, so you're just heading over there.
Mm-hmm. On his way to obstacle 2.
Maybe a couple seconds behind.
Oh, I mean, some people have been 2 minutes, not even through obstacle 1, and.
What's our actual time? 2:23.
Oh, okay, so we are actually
a little bit behind here.
We're a bit behind.
I'm sitting in the corner to where I can't.
Too much whiskey for our stream operator
Whiskey
here.
River.
Fortunately, there is no whiskey here. We keep leaving hints for a sponsor to come. None has appeared. But nice.
We are having a good time. We hope y'all are too.
Mm-hmm. We're getting up to 60 viewers. We're really hitting our stride here. Tell your friends.
My aunt just tipped the scales at 60.
Does Amy have any other aunts?
Tell your other aunt to get on.
Yeah. Amy, get on the phone with your family.
We need some viewers.
We need to get these numbers up.
We need your husband to be watching during chores.
Yeah. We don't want to lose our sponsorship deals. If we want to get syndicated on the Cowboy Network, we need to get up
When he
to.
drives in the car, he doesn't run on the radio.
Everyone get out your phones.
I can tell. I mean, he just sits over there real quiet, and he's like my dad. My dad would be saying the same thing.
I'm on the phone the whole time I'm driving.
He just uses it for white noise, Amy.
Look at that. Look at that setting, though, eh? With the sun coming out. David on his horse. The wind blowing in the
hair.
The hair
He's
of the
got some
horse.
luscious locks, man. That guy's got some hair.
That is.
That's a
the
lot
horse
coming
or
from me.
David? which person are we talking? Who are we talking about here?
David.
Oh,
David.
okay. Wasn't sure if we were. The horse has got some hair.
Yeah,
as well.
no, David. I'm bald. I don't have any hair, so.
Well, the horse has enough for all of us. So does David. But look at that setting. Nice wind, sun on the grass.
David's a great guy.
Yeah, he's
Great handler.
looks like it.
Got a really nice horse. This horse, I don't know where he purchased. It's a new horse.
Okay.
He's just been running this horse just here. I think this. Do you know where he got this horse, Amy? It's new. But very nice horse.
Bob Holmgren is saying that he's got 25 people watching on his PC.
Are you in Canada, Bob?
Is there any way we can get each of those people onto a different device? Hand out phones. Let's go. No, nice.
Well, we would like y'all to share.
Yep.
You know, if you share it, let people know what we're doing out here. If you're in the area, come out and watch.
Yeah.
We start the novice finals tonight. It was supposed to be at 6, but we got a little. This class set us back a little bit. We ran over. It was supposed to be at 7. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. We still have what 4 dogs to go.
Yeah. This one and then 3.
So we're on our. We have 3 dogs after this. So
we do
we're not
really
gonna-
appreciate everyone watching.
we really do. Thank y'all. We do apologize if we've offended anybody. We're just having some fun. We know. If you've watched some dog trials before, if you just watch a dog trial, they're not a lot of fun to watch. For any length of time, that is.
That's a false statement.
I don't know if I agree with that one. Let's get the debate going here.
I like to watch it. I love dogs. But if you're just watching a dog with no audio, with no, they could get. Jerry likes Pete. Our judge is still demanding.
This is really nice here from David. He's just over.
Jerry's a fun sucker.
We're about 20-25 seconds behind on the timer you see on your screen from the actual official time for this run, but he has gotten into obstacle 5 pretty quickly. Just under 6.5 minutes into his run. He's already got one of his heifers out the way he wants. Just needs to get the other 2 out. Needs 1 and 2 out the bottom, and he's done it. And now he wants this one to go out the other way.
And he's done it.
And that is going to set him up really nicely here.
Coming in at about
Just under 7 minutes.
I think he's a little over 7. Well, he's coming up to 7 minutes right now. Is that right, Amy?
Just coming up on 7 minutes. He's given himself plenty of time to get this last pair of obstacles. So what he's looking for here is the pen and then the sword.
Who's on the camera? Verona?
The pen, he wants to make sure he gets all of his cattle back to the right of that number 6. He's got 2 in so far. He's got 3 in. Now he needs to push them all the way to the end.
Great the butlers are. We even have Verona Butler running the camera over here. But
now he just needs to get one of his heifers out each of the openings. He's had one come out the bottom. Now he needs one out the left and one out the top. Not an easy sort.
okay, he's got one. Yep. Okay, now he's wanting both of them out there, and that's not gonna help. Okay, I think he's gonna get it.
He just needs his dog to cover the bottom for him.
Oh no!
Oh, he's done it.
He's gonna get it. Another full score.
Another really fast time. Not quite as fast as Dwayne's.
Great job.
Very fast, especially compared to what we've seen mostly up till now. Really nice work.
This is a tough course. This is a really tough course.
Really tough course, but really nice run there from David.
As Todd Jessen said, that's a lot to get done in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, David.
Who's our next dog up?
Points of 210 and a time of 8:16.
Is that David Henry, Macon, Mora, and
Is
Joker?
Macon with Joker, Kevin Lippy in the hole.
All right, run some sponsors here. Jones Trailer, thank you for your sponsorship. Will our favorite commentators be on the novice final job?
No, but
if it's up to our judge, I don't believe so.
if it's up to our judge, we might not be allowed back on the premises tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get excommunicated.
He fishes with a gun.
He
so
does fish, yeah.
we have to be a little more careful around our judge.
Oh man,
He's
go look
shot
up
fish.
Rock Creek Ranch on this deal. He's showing. What are those called again?
Alligator gar.
No, what were? Alligator gar.
Yeah, those fish are bigger than I am.
And they're 280 pounds?
238.
238. That's unheard of. If you want to kill a world-class alligator gar, you look up Rock Creek Ranch, and you go down to St. Rayburn, and they'll get you hooked up. Whataburger, for the winner of the finals, the champion, gets Whataburger for a year. Is that right, Verona?
Once a week.
Once a week for a year. So
Wow.
you can't overdose on Whataburger, but you're going to get to enjoy it once a week.
That would be 56, 52, 52 burgers.
52 in America.
52 in
We
America.
can color code it for you.
52 burgers a year. That is a
It's
lot.
a full meal too. It's
Full
not
meal.
just the burger. It's
Not just a burger.
It's the burger, fries, and drinks.
So we want to thank Whataburger and MVP Whitetails for that. We have got some phenomenal sponsors this year, folks. Thank y'all for everything. If you would like to sponsor next year, please get a hold of us, and we would love that. We're looking to have a phenomenal finals, hopefully back here at the NRS. If you're watching and you're part of the NRS or in NCA, vote NRS for next year.
And next up we have Micon and his dog Joker, who I've learned today is a half brother. So no,
I'd be an uncle.
Uncle.
It would be a nephew to your dog.
okay, nephew to my dog.
Because Merc is your dog's dad, and Pepper, which is a son of Merc, is his dad. So it'd be yours.
Let's
your dog
see
would
if
be like a great uncle.
Sure. And he's sending to the away side his
All right, boys, I'm gonna get you
Okay.
some
The
right
Wizard's
now.
back.
This is unofficial.
Unofficial from the Wizard.
We're not official, but as we're sitting, Dwayne and Sid are in first place for today. Kevin Lippy second. Pete and James third. And the last 5 spots are up for grabs.
Ooh. It's still a foot race, folks.
still a foot race
on horseback.
On horseback. It's a horseback
People
foot
that
race.
can still get in the top 3 also. Nothing.
Oh man, it's down to the wire then.
Mm-hmm. Micon has had a nice start
So we
here.
have Mikan and then Kevin with Chalk.
And then
Chalk,
Todd?
And then Todd with
Digger.
with stuff, yeah.
Oh, and Digger's a hand.
So all of you Digger fans out there,
Get on here, start rooting for Todd.
show him your support.
We need some likes on this thing. Come on, guys, share it.
Every like you give will take a second off of Todd. Digger's
He's
time.
bartering now.
Just
I think Jordan must have bet on. Did you get the Calcutta on Digger?
really nice start here though for Micon and Joker. They're 90 seconds in and coming up nice and fast on obstacle 1. Just needs to do a little bit of an away flank there. Make sure his cattle are tucked
You
in.
like that Mio?
Unfortunately, he lost one on the right-hand side, so he's gonna circle back and give that another shot. It's a deceptive. Sometimes you think all of your cattle are lined up real nice, and it turns out that they're not quite where you think they are in terms of the opening of the obstacle. But it shouldn't take him too much time to go back and sort this out again. He's got them through.
Does look nice back there.
No kidding.
Needs to just be making sure he's got daylight there. And doesn't want to lose them on the right-hand side here again.
Have a big pool party.
His
for the
cattle are kind of being a bit hesitant about coming through this obstacle as cleanly as he would like.
Desiree says it's a hoof race, not a foot race. Then.
A hoof race.
Yeah.
A horseback foot race. A horseback hoof race.
Yeah.
A horse hoof race.
Just be a hoof race.
You need to have the
Okay, correction.
The feet.
Oh, we've got a correction from our math department here.
Sid is in first. David just got put into second.
Oh, way to go,
David
Buck.
Henry has just jumped up
I
to
told you, that
second
guy's a hand. He's
place.
been having a great week with that dog. So that would put
Kevin and Buck in
Kevin at third, and then
Keith
James
and James in
fourth.
and then the last
So we have
4
5 spots. I thought there was 5. I thought we said 8.4. So
Yeah,
it
no,
was
we're
8.
gonna go with 7.
Okay.
Really nice
Okay.
work there for Micon. He's lost a fair amount of time on obstacle 1. More than you'd like to, but still can recover.
We've seen worse.
We've seen much worse. And he's going to bring his horse in to try and maybe get these cattle moving a bit faster. The thing he needs to be careful, though, is he's kind of already out of the running for first place today.
Yes, sir. Let's see where he was yesterday.
You need a really fast time here today to beat.
So yesterday, Macon and Joker was a full time of 8:55. So they're sitting 13th in the standings, right? Well, yesterday, and so they are going to need. They're going to need to put. They're just going to put the foot, push the gas.
And the names and numbers I said were for the average, not for today's.
Correct. Correct.
But
you can find today's on the NCAfinals.com if you'd like to go look at that, and you can follow that as the finals proceed. Go to NCAfinals.com and you can find all the scores there for the finals.
We've seen some runs today. Dwayne's being one. David Henry's now being another. That were so fast that basically if you have any slip-ups on this course, you are out of contention for the first, at least as far as today goes. And Micon's really using his horse here, but
He's kind of loping.
yeah, these cattle have not been very receptive to it.
Trotting and walking allowed. Might want to slow it down there. Not full gas. Little gas. This is a non-loping class.
Is it?
Yeah. They said walking and trotting, no loping.
Huh, interesting.
Maybe that was a bit of a canter, maybe.
Well, you can recant your statement.
Yeah, because earlier... he can recant. I'm telling you, Jordan's got witty on us. They had no puns to begin with. I said one, and now he's just taking off.
Once you open the Pandora's box,
That's right. Pandora's box.
there's no closing it back up.
Neutrina, we want to thank Neutrina if I heard it right, the winner of each class gets Nutrina for one dog for a year. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
If you feed your dog, you know that's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, most everybody here has.
Your dog.
Yeah, that's really huge. Too.
Very few
That's
people
called
feed their
charge.
dogs.
I'm saying, you know what the feed bill is, all right, guys?
If you feed your dog,
If you don't feed your dogs,
let's just get direct quote from
Feed 'em.
Brandon. If you feed your dog, that is a
Put that on
great
a cracker,
prize.
dude.
That is a great prize. If you don't feed your dog, not a great prize.
Jerry, I'm sorry.
Some would say very unuseful prize if you choose not to feed your dogs ever.
Very unuseful. They're not going to work really good for you. You're going to be kind of starved.
You might, if you eat.
And we're at 60 viewers.
Oh, look at that.
Man.
We are
Hit
getting
that
the big
share
time.
button, folks.
We are getting the big time here.
Jordan's going to be signing autographs tonight at the Novice Finals. Come down, he'll sign your shirt.
Well, I gotta go get dinner. I don't think I can stay for the Novice Finals.
What, like Canadian, like you have to eat a certain time or what?
Well, if you eat, if you feed your body, then dinner is important.
Well, everybody else that would like to go support the Novice and not be a party pooper, Jordan won't be there to sign your shirt.
Now, I'm a volunteer. I gotta eat. Still sitting pretty nice on time though for Micon here. 7.5 minutes is not bad to be heading to 5. It's not the fastest, but we've seen people come around this time, get it done, and then be able to move on to their pen. But just to put in a little bit too much on
Battle
them.
of 5, yeah. When they're coming, they get to this obstacle. I don't know what it is. But
I think they see the set out downhill, like you were saying.
It's just, there's something to it because you can have your cattle that are just shoulder to shoulder walking real nice. They get to 5 and they don't mind scattering. And this could knock him out of the whole deal if he doesn't get through 5.
Absolutely could. Katrina's asking, when will the NCA start selling Jordan and Brandon merch?
Soon and very soon.
Yeah, things are falling apart a little bit here for this team.
Because he didn't have them. He didn't have them in the pen to sort them.
And we saw with Dana, we saw with Keith.
Yep.
Coming to that obstacle, they were stopping their cattle, maybe a little bit more than we thought was necessary, but maybe that's why they could kind of read.
I think they had, because Todd did it too. We were kind of like, why are they overflanking their dog? But yet they kept the pressure on the back with the horse and kind of like kept them moving, and it was a great strategy.
Yeah, I think they must have seen something in their cattle heading to that obstacle.
Yeah, I think Mikan was feeling the pressure, knowing his time is about to run out. He's racing the clock, and got a little fast going into 5. Tried to shove because he was kind of trotting, at him, putting some large pressure with the horse, and it didn't work out for him.
No, and now not only do you not get the obstacle done as fast as you like, but you start to wonder, am I going to get it done at all?
Those cattle are second guessing it for sure. Okay,
now, are we going to see the Micon special here?
They're loaded.
He has, of all the runs we've seen today, he has approached this obstacle with his other dog in a unique way.
Desiree said, just have them deliver you dinner.
And unfortunately, Micon is going to lose both his cattle out the top.
And out the back.
It's
not good. He's about to expire his time.
Yeah,
he calls his run.
He's going to call his run. That is a shame.
That's a shame.
Thank you, Megan.
And Kevin Lippy and Chalk will be up next. This is another one that could upset some people.
No,
Chalk. Yeah, he called his run. Oh, if he got the point, yeah. We'll see how they call it. Here's some of our buckle sponsors. Thank you for our Rogers Stock Dogs. That's Lincoln Rogers. He's our open. I'd have to look back at the list. These are all our buckle sponsors here. Thank you so much for making the buckle sponsor, or the buckles possible.
Did you take anything on 5? Yeah, 10. 10? Okay.
on Todd after Kevin.
Yeah, Todd was. They pushed him to the back because he ran last on the last one. Had to work with cattle and all.
Mm-hmm.
Todd and his crew, his brother Tim, and Jake Jess and his nephew have done a phenomenal job with these cattle. You can't say it enough. They've done a great job.
Okay, so it's looking like the last 2 runs are going to need at least 180.
Okay, so last 2 runs, what her husband Ryan is put a pencil to it. It looks like the last 2 will at least need 180 to get into the finals on. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow we're doing intermediate, horseback and nursery finals here in the field, and then tonight will be novice, and then Sunday will be open early with 20 dogs.
I gotta call the office.
Oh, Kevin must be in trouble. Calling the office.
We need Lincoln. Is Lincoln up there?
Lincoln had to go move a trailer.
Lincoln had to go move his trailer. Do they need it moved or something? Okay, never mind.
Okay.
We're good, Kevin.
Sorry for the delay. Chalk is ready to move. Look at him. He's eager. Who's on the camera now? My beautiful wife is on the camera. Now, Jerry, I was talking a lot, but I didn't say nothing like that. That's not true either. Yeah, I would remember that. I would definitely remember that part. My wife's a humanitarian. She's awesome. Cattle. Okay, they're coming out.
Coming out with some gusto.
And sending them. Oh, my clock didn't start. Sorry about that.
I got it.
I pressed it, didn't start.
Hello?
We're probably 2 seconds behind the official clock.
Unacceptable. This is an unwatchable stream now.
You're going to have to press the clock from now on.
2 seconds off. Our viewers are going to riot.
They're going to riot. We're back down to 53. What have you done?
Well, that's because they saw the mistake about the clock.
The clock.
And they said, unwatchable. They're going to go to our competitors. Person with an iPhone. Nice start here. His heifers are kind of leaning a bit to the left, but Chalk has got them sorted out in a hurry. Good line here. Pretty direct in terms of where the cattle are pointed and where obstacle 1 is. Maybe a bit more busy work from Chalk than you probably would need. Settling in a little bit there. Nice. This is a nice line here. Nice drive / fetch. It's a little bit of a dog leg fetch.
It is. They kind of go downhill and uphill. Mm-hmm. You notice they kind of slow down. Mm-hmm. Well, not this time. But normally they kind of slow down coming into this. We noticed that they slowed down so much that Dana kind of sent, like you were saying, maybe a little early on that come by. But these have a good little trot to them.
Yeah, they do
something with this. If they would get back together, they're kind of strung out, and if you get to
complacent about that.
Yeah, if you get to 2 and they're strung out, it could cause a problem. So he's going to go down there, kind of try to bunch them up again. They're bunched up, shoulder to shoulder, pretty good. Going into 2, that'll be a pretty good. I think that back heifer is going to be a problem for him. She's not wanting to move as fast as the rest of them.
Yeah.
Now they're strung out, and
got a nice little jazz there from Chalk that just give her a bit of.
He's a pretty quick dog. This is a Kelpie. We were asking about earlier. This is a Kelpie. Kevin is known for his Kelpies. He's ran some Border Collies, but he has some outstanding Kelpies. He sold.
This heifer's not out of this obstacle yet.
No, she's not. And he was his. There it is.
She is a bit of a laggard, though.
She's a laggard, yeah. Now she's going to try to... Nope, she doesn't even want to lead. She had an opportunity and went right back in the back.
He's putting some pressure on, but Chalk is holding the heads.
Yeah. I think Chalk won the road deer.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Steel, his dog that he sold, Steel was phenomenal. He won everything. Steel would show up and be border collies all day long. And then he sold Steel, and I wondered why, but now I know why, because Chalk is just as good. Chalk, I think, the next year went and won the road deer finals, I believe. Intermediate for sure. I don't know if he won the open, or what do they call it, non-pro.
Green dog or something.
I think he won the non-pro for sure with him in the finals. But he's just a contender. Every time Kevin Lippy shows up, he's just just getting it.
Got a bit close.
No, Kevin. He almost went around it.
Yeah.
That would have lost him the whole obstacle. That's what happened to Dwayne.
Yep.
Is Dwayne didn't go in the hole, and he came back out. Okay.
And all he would have had to do was turn back around
And go back in the hole. Okay. Almost kind of clear himself.
And he would have 2 dogs guaranteed in the finals right
Yeah,
now.
2 dogs. Yep.
He might still get both in, but that one is a question mark.
Yeah. Depends on how Digger does and how Chalk finishes out his run.
Yep. Because there's a number of people with 180
right
points.
now, this is a fast run. They're coming in 4 minutes into 4. That's almost a minute an obstacle. That's pretty good.
And they're moving. They're moving with speed. We might have to get our quantifying team to verify that claim you've just made, but for the moment, nope. He's missed one there on this obstacle.
I don't think we'd have those stats, sir.
Nope. Get our stats department on it.
Ryan!
Now, missing this obstacle once is not the end of the world if you fix it quickly.
Oh, the chicks are falling. Man, I'll tell you, this aluminum table is frying my face.
Yeah, the sun is getting to a dangerous angle here.
Maybe it's that water. I think it's the water, but either way.
No, I think it's reflecting off the.
There's a major glare on my face.
And,
he's just smooths right through.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of over. Yep. I think he's gonna overflank this again. Now you're talking too much.
If we go offline here in a moment, it's because a brawl has broken out.
For that, I'm gonna have to steal some more beef jerky. Man, I thought it was Stuart breaking our chairs in here. It's George.
Still sitting really nicely on time here for Kevin. Every now and then Chalk gets a bit close and gets a little boot, or the threat of one anyway, but his cattle are not overreacting. And he's loaded them in really nice and easy now. Just needs one out the far side, 2 out the near side. He saves it, but Chalk is going to get run over.
His dog.
Yeah, he pushed.
But they're not dirty. If he can reload them, he's okay. No, or is he?
I don't.
No, he's not, because he can't start to sort till they're all loaded.
If he could reload,
so he has to reload all of them.
If he could reload just those 2, that would be a miracle. He has made the obstacle slightly wider.
You're no Chalk, Jordan.
He has made the obstacle slightly wider, so
he has.
Should be a little easier to load them the second time around.
He did put some banging on there.
To some slight remodeling of that obstacle.
That's a good observation there, Jordan.
These are the details our viewers have come to.
Now Todd's going to show up with Digger and be like, everything's leaning.
It really is all part of a strategy just to drive Todd crazy.
Not just one panel. The whole obstacle is leaning.
But no, he still has time, even with how bad things just went for a moment.
He's going to calm the cattle back down.
7:17 is a very respectable amount of time.
Kevin Lippy is a hand. This guy knows what he's doing with the dog. Okay, he's got them all loaded. He's sorting now. 2 out the back, and he's going to let 1 out the front. He's got it.
That's a really
Very
smooth.
good. Coming in with 7 minutes. 7:35. You're
Just get organized here, Kevin.
On your live stream, it's 3 seconds behind. We're so close.
We're so sorry about that.
So sorry, Jordan didn't.
That
push the
big
button.
mistake.
It was all Jordan's fault.
My viewers know I would never make such a mistake. They know nothing but professionalism and integrity. And precision.
The unwavering.
Yeah, unwavering, unbridled precision that I bring to every run.
Look at this.
But look at this, just like clockwork.
Oh, the hill bite puts him in.
There's been a few times Chuck has taken some liberties.
He has taken
and these
some
cattle have not.
But I hope it doesn't hurt him when on the way out, because now they're stirred up.
Well, there's been a few.
See? He's got him a little roused up now. Oh, Chop. No, Chop. Oh, no,
Look
he's
at
going to
this.
get it.
He's going to get this thing.
He's going to get it. Right
Chalk
there.
is,
Chop.
Chalk is guarding the top.
Go.
There we go.
8 minutes and 36 seconds.
8:34.
8:34.
And just imagine if there wasn't a little. They lost
Good luck,
a
Todd.
decent amount of time.
Not just one panel now. The whole obstacle's leaning after that run. They opened it up a little bit for you.
But just imagine if they hadn't lost a minute or two there on obstacle 5.
Desiree says, "Oh sure, blame the Canadian."
8 minutes 34 seconds.
And Nancy, who's a really
says, "Pour me a beer. This is fun."
Nancy is a top sheepdog handler. I don't know if Nancy works cattle as well, but competes at a very high level on sheep. So nice to see some familiar faces.
What are we checking?
What are we checking?
I don't know. Kara told me to check it.
And we are down now to our last horseback run of the second round, the final qualifying round.
Chalk, I can tell you that much. It is Digger.
And we are moving on to Todd, Justin, and Digger. You know, I feel bad. There was a lady, it might have been Desiree, who at the beginning of the stream said, "I didn't miss Todd, Justin, and Digger's run, did I?"
Yeah, no, I did. I told them.
That was I responded at the time, but that was 19 runs ago.
Desiree, here's your guy.
Desiree, you did not miss all those hours ago.
Let me see,
when you
I
asked.
responded on chat. Let me see.
Well, I'm sure my response was the one she was most served by. But yeah, that was hours ago. And fortunately, Desiree did not miss.
No, Desiree did not miss.
Hopefully, she could stay here for some hours and bear with us. But now we are on to Todd, Jessen, and Digger. And they had a full point run in round 1, did they not?
I believe they did. I'll check it. Once we send it, I'll check it. But I want to get that clock right for your viewers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's not have any more sloppiness on that.
Canadian messed
We need
up
Canadian
last
precision here.
Just I'll be 5 seconds slow. I used to play hockey with some Canadians in St. Louis.
Oh, yeah?
And they would always tell me, said, "Man, America's so fast-paced." And I've never been to Canada, but they said it was the way of life was a little...
Oh, okay. Well, I'm from Toronto, so I can't speak to
I
that.
wouldn't say you would know.
No. But if the judges know it's right, they'll give the people what they want and put these commentators on full time. Thanks, Katrina. I am going to be back commentating tomorrow for as long as people can stand it. But
if the judge know what's right, they said. Our people are talking, Jerry.
Yeah, we're starting to build a bit of a populist movement
says,
here.
If our judge knows what's right, they'll give these people a raise.
Yeah.
A full-time commentator.
What is a raise from 0?
Now our viewers are going to riot, not just 5.
Brandon, I was just wondering, what is a raise from $0 an hour?
So be 0.
We have to have concentration.
This is, you know what? You do a great job, Jerry.
You do.
I do have to give you that. You judged
a lot of
high
runs.
roller shootout. Did a great job. He's here. He volunteers his time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you guys, Jerry.
He shared some of his kebabs the other day.
He did, and they were amazing. His wife can cook.
That alone
His wife can cook.
That alone gets you into heaven.
The only thing I was mad about is I did get the leftovers when they were about to throw them away and they were cold, but they were even good cold, so I have to give them that.
And we got a bit of a run going on here with Todd and Digger.
Digger's
They are
a hand, man.
flying.
Digger, I think, won first place. He won the Hard 8 Classic Invitational with the American the other day, about a month ago. So this dog, he's not done.
How old is Digger?
Digger is a nursery dog.
No kidding.
No. I think he's just.
Oh
out
yeah,
of the
you're right.
nursery.
He's got a star next to his name.
Okay, yeah, Digger. He's young. He's a Walker Sioux, which Todd owns Walker.
Look at the way Todd's running this thing. He's way out in front.
He says, "Bring them here. We got to go, bud."
Yep. Todd is.
Digger! Don't you overflank that sucker.
Digger's kind of wanting to go to the heads
Digger.
a little bit.
Yeah. And now he's got the cattle.
Yeah, those cattle didn't like that.
No.
Unofficially, Chalk has moved to the top.
Unofficially, Chalk has moved to the top.
Yeah, Digger looks like.
So what is Kevin? First and third? Unofficially?
First and third.
Unofficially.
No, first, three, yeah.
First and third with Dwayne and.
No.
All right, we got things a little more organized here.
So first.
Digger still looks like he's kind of
First and
leaning
fourth,
into
okay.
the head a little bit.
Unofficially,
Unofficially.
Just Todd needs to keep a close watch on Digger. Digger looks like he loves the head, just going right up there and biting.
Yeah, he does. He
doesn't want these cattle getting away.
He's not like Dana's Taz.
Yeah,
First and fourth, okay.
Yeah, Dana's Taz just settled in behind her cattle real nice. But they are making good time. I would say as good as Taz was as a driver.
If we can keep them settled, because remember, whenever we come back up, we're gonna, they're starting to look for a way out.
And as good as Taz was as a driver, they lost a lot of time going slow.
The Battle of 5 killed them. Okay, so these cattle aren't giving much off the horse. They are the dog, and the dog is about to overflank.
Yep. Digger is getting into a bit of a cyclone.
Yeah, he kind of ended his last run like this.
Okay.
He was the very last run on the last one, and we got to the Maltese Cross and had all that trouble because he got tired and just kept circling.
Sure. And it looks like that's his comfort, right? When in doubt.
I don't know. Digger is a fun dog to watch. You can never count him out. He's phenomenal in the field.
Well, he probably doesn't let his cattle get away. He's so good at getting up to the head and stopping them. But
well, in the way Jessen and them work, they work one dog, one horse on 100 to 150 head of cattle every day. So this is not uncommon.
Sure.
But I think Digger's probably more used to bigger herds. Maybe
they're getting it done in a really nice fashion. Just needs to cover that far side. Needs a little bit of an away, maybe.
There we go. We're coming into 4. Doing good. We got 4.
Perfect.
30 on 4. We're coming into 5. Here we go. This is the
plenty of time. He's got
a lot of time.
Over 3 minutes before he.
What's our official clock? What's
4:45.
4:45. So we're right on time.
This is looking good. They can keep it. 5 is where you get made or broken on this course.
Yep.
We've seen people can bust out the pen and the shed or the sort in really quick order, but 5 is where you either win or lose.
Okay, so they're spread out going into 5. Digger's still trying to overflank.
He's really relying on Digger here.
Lie down. Overflank got him. Man.
Yeah.
Digger's becoming a problem.
Also, where his horse is pushing them.
Well, that's a pretty big hole over on that other side.
Sure. So, but I mean, if you can walk them in all together, nice and slow.
You can load them that way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can load them from that way.
No, you can't.
It has to be from where the flags are. If you can see where the flags are on the camera, lighting's kind of bad. But there's flags right there, little.
And I don't think they're gonna go in there with his horse there. I don't think Digger's gonna be able to do that by himself. He's gonna need to help.
Okay, so he has stepped away to assist. He's gonna put some pressure on that left side, and Digger's kind of thinking, what do I do here? I'm getting in trouble. We're dropping down to 6:20 now.
Still got lots of time, but we've lost a lot.
We've used up a minute and a half on this one obstacle. just to load it.
Yep. And I think it was the decision to go out and on the other side of the obstacle and leave Digger. I think that might have been.
I don't know. Because other people have done it.
I don't know if I've seen anyone load that as a fetch.
Okay.
I think we've seen people get them all pointed
Digger,
in.
Get back. Okay,
There we
he's
go.
loaded. He's
There we
loaded.
go. There we go.
Now he's going to sort 2 out this way and 1 down the hill. And
But he's got to be careful not to push him over top of Digger.
All right. If they can back out of it, I guess. Digger. You better not, Digger. Now, who's taking some liberties is Digger. Chalk was doing, but Digger has taken a lot of liberties. Okay, and no, we got all 3
That will
wrong.
not do it.
Missed it.
That is a heartbreaker.
That's hard.
And now, every time it's going to be harder than the time before.
Yeah, once they got in there, now they're going to know something's wrong with 5.
Yeah.
And it's just
5 isn't fun. Going into 5 doesn't lead us to a good time.
Yep. This
is a hard one because they were faster than almost anyone coming into obstacle 5.
He's still got time. At least if he
Digger's
still gets
just a little bit of an. Oh.
He could have called those 2 as well.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, he could have called his 2.
No, he wants full points, and with the amount of time he had, not unreasonable. It's just
he's got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I guess he's gonna try to load them 1 at a time.
Yeah.
But I think that slow heifer is just. She's been leery of the whole course.
And Digger's getting a little bit tired here.
He's getting tired. Yeah.
It's hot. The sun is out. He's worked hard.
This is Digger's 3rd time to run today.
My goodness, that's a lot of work.
Second time to run today.
And he probably ran once or twice yesterday.
Oh yeah.
So he's had a long week.
Well, this is a big course.
Sure it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Digger's been working. Okay,
There we go.
We're loaded again. He's got. Okay, if he leaves Digger out, I think the cattle don't feel so much pressure.
He just needs to hold.
Okay, he's got 1. He's got 2. Do not take the 3rd. Yes, he got it.
He got it. But he needs to book it. He's got a minute left, and he knows
He just puts the 2 in there and takes 160 or 170.
Sure.
But being
Digger,
strung out like that.
yeah, and Digger needs to stay off the head here.
Yeah. Oh no, that cow felt the pressure.
Yeah.
Trotted ahead. Yeah, take those 2. He's down to 45 seconds.
Digger is gassed here.
Oh no.
Starting to take it some cheap shots.
Yeah, he did. 30 seconds.
Still can get a pen here. If anyone can pull it off, it's Todd.
There we go. Don't stop, Digger. Stop, Digger. Stop. Overflanked.
Big come by here. Maybe gets it done.
Okay.
Got seconds to go.
Stop, Digger. Stop, Digger. Stop. Okay, now go, Digger. Now.
That heel bite is a pretty good thing right there. You're happy for that heel bite.
Happy for that heel bite.
That heel bite came in handy.
Way to go. That's your last dog for the day. We'll be shutting down the live stream, and we'll be heading over to another arena, and we'll start back up in roughly an hour.